Athens Flying Week, Greece.
Good maneuver.
First stop on a 4-week international tour for the Red Arrows, which marks the end of their 2017 display season. A support team of 45 engineers, along with 40 tons of equipment, has come out ahead of them. The Red Arrows arrive in typical style. Current team leader, call sign Red 1, is David Montenegro. He's about to hang up his red flying suit after 3 years in charge. The new squadron leader will take over in just a few weeks.
I feel enormously grateful to have had the opportunity to lead this team. It's an awesome team to work on, so it's that dynamic, it's that part of the job that I'll really miss. There's no doubt I'll go through a grieving process at some point when I leave this team.
Thank you very much.
No worries, see you later. You coming in? I'll come down here. Cool, no problem, see you later. One part of it for us is the display itself and actually doing the best display we can, but on the other hand it's a case of inspiring the next generation, and we're all really proud to do that. You going to watch our show later? You going to see us fly?
We hope we actually break down the stereotype and they don't all regard us as 9 robotic team pilots that are, completely morphed into each other, because we're not. We're a complete mix of personalities.
They've been signing autographs and meeting people for hours already, and that's before they do their show. It's really impressive.
Showtime's approaching. The Hawk jets, with a top speed of 620 miles an hour, are being prepared by an elite team of 10 engineers, known as Circus. Selected every year and assigned to one pilot for the whole season, each Circus engineer flies to displays in the back seat of a jet.
Every time the jets have been in the air, we have to do certain checks on the jets. So up in the cockpit, you just make sure all the switches are there, canopy's clean, windscreen's clean, making sure he's got oxygen inside his jet because he needs that. So do I when I'm sitting in the back.
Circus engineers don't fly in the show itself, but carry out critical pre-flight safety checks. Known as the see-off, it's performed with choreographed precision. As the 9 display pilots taxi out, one pilot stays on the ground. Mike Ling, Red 10.
Well, thank you very much and a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
6 years ago, Lingy was one of the display pilots. Now, he gives the display commentary and monitors safety on the ground.
My favourite manoeuvre this year is the new tornado manoeuvre we have with Reds 1 to 5, 6 and 7 at the front in what we call 7 arrow, and then Reds 8 and 9 roll around them. It's a really visually appealing manoeuvre, so I'm glad we've got it in the routine.
Let's please have a big round of applause. Here they are. It's the Red Arrows. The jets have now collapsed to be around 2 meters away from each other as they form the shape of one big red arrow in the sky. Now we get ready for my favourite manoeuvre of this year's routine. Get your cameras ready. This is Tornado.
Reds 8 and 9 with the blue and red smoke are now rolling around the other 7 aircraft.
The Reds performed the dramatic and technically demanding Tornado flawlessly.
To the right now, we have the 3 aircraft moving forward to form our trademark shape, the Diamond Quarter Clover.
This maneuver showcases the Reds' extreme precision, the 9 jets looping as one, just 6 feet apart. But halfway through, Lingy spots a problem. Red 5, and more seriously Red 7, have dropped far behind.
As I'm falling off the back of that manoeuvre, I'm just thinking this crowd must, well, I don't know, what was I thinking? I can broadcast that. I just saw the other 8 aircraft going away from me. It was pretty embarrassing at the time, and it felt like an eternity of being away from the formation. Yeah, there were some swear words in cockpit. Unfortunately, that day the weather was quite warm, and because the air's less dense, the jet's got less performance, and the engine's obviously producing less thrust. Clearly, that was quite a high-profile mistake.
This eclat, this word here means excellence, so we're striving for that, and when it doesn't go exactly as we want it to go, then yeah, we'll debrief it and work out why, and then put it right for the next time.
Fortunately, the Reds are displaying twice at Athens. So tomorrow, they've a chance to put things right.
Right, gents, welcome to Tanagra, day 2.
The Red Arrows are in Greece, at Athens Flying Week. They're preparing for their second display. Yesterday's was marred by a rare mistake.
I just saw the other 8 aircraft going away from me. The questions then get asked as to why that's happened, and then it's how do we not make that happen again.
There are improvements to be made, especially with temperature jet handling. Okay.
It's definitely a culture where if you front up your mistakes, then you can learn from them. For me, it was just a case of that experience of knowing what I need to do to make it not happen again. Subsequent to that, you'll just see I am sitting pretty much right underneath 6. So we did learn from that, and thankfully it didn't happen again. We then went on to some really hot locations in Kuwait, which was up in the high 40s. And we did the same manoeuvre a few times, and it actually helped us gain that experience and then make it not reoccur.
Mid-October, and the Reds are back home in Lincolnshire. Their 2017 season is almost over. The team now face a period of massive change, ahead of the momentous 2018 season, when they'll be leading the RAF's 100th anniversary celebrations.
The bane of our lives is timing. For example, when I call come in, left, now, just a fraction of a second, the tolerance is so small.
Most years, 3 of the 10 pilots are replaced. But this year, 4 new pilots are joining, including a new man at the top, a new team leader.
Just the finesse, please, as you get into the slots.
Martin Purty, is a former Red Arrow. He's spent the last 3 years flying Typhoon fighters, including operations over Syria.
Can we just talk about some of the high-profile flypasts and your sort of decision-making process, both before and on the day?
Becoming Red 1 is hugely a privileged moment of my career. I feel it's a really big ask for me to be Red 1 in the 100th anniversary of the Air Force, because not only have I got to get used to my trade, I'm doing it in such a public year when we really are on show and across the world.
It then looks massively all-consuming, and you'll just feel we're not going to crack it. That's a natural feeling to have. I think probably the biggest difference you'll notice coming from team member into leader is really when to be a part of the team and then when to separate from them.
Yeah, got it.
You'll get a feel for times when they need you around, and this is socially as well. How much do I offer them from old Monty to now team leader, Monty.
Conscious decision as well.
Yeah, and that is conscious.
Red 10, Lingy, is also leaving after a record-breaking 10 years with the team.
It'd be a sad time when I actually shut the door for the last time, I think, and move on. And people started to find out that it was my last year. And now I get lots of cards, a bottle of champagne that came from somewhere in Norwich, and then a mug that was made for me with Red 10. So it's really nice and really warming from a personal point of view. I've been really, really grateful for the support I've had, certainly this year as it's been coming towards my end of my time. I put this map up when we were planning last year's tour, and then I thought, well, why don't I just put a little red sticker about where I visited in a red jet. And you see, I've been all the way over to China. So in 2016, we went to China for a display. But in my first year, we went all the way to New York, and we displayed in New York Harbour. So in total, there are 46 red dots on that. So I've taken the red jet to 46 countries. And I've spent an awful lot of time away from home, and I've a 2-year-old daughter who, I'll be honest, I haven't really seen a lot of her growing up for the last 2 years. So I'm really looking forward to a relatively 9-to-5, Monday to Friday job where I can spend time with her and my other half.
Lingy and Monty share a special bond, born of a training accident in 2010.
The interesting part of any activity, it doesn't matter if it's flying, if you're driving, anything can carry a degradation of human performance. As Lingy and I experienced in Castelli in 2010.
12535.
Then they were the synchro pair, flying the 2 jets that performed dynamic close precision maneuvers. They were practicing the opposition barrel roll. In this maneuver, they flew head-to-head 100 feet above the ground, with a closing speed of 800 miles an hour. Then, they rolled their jets around one another. It required split-second timing.
Smoke off, yeah.
There's a slow motion piece of my brain that can still see the start of the manoeuvre, the sudden realisation that this is not the normal picture I see, and I think we're going to collide here.
I'll never forget what the noise feels like, I think, when metal hits metal.
His tail fin hit my canopy probably about 18 inches above my head. Big bang, lots of glass in the cockpit, lots of noise, because of course you go from a very quiet cockpit then to over 300 miles an hour, and it was very noisy.
Ducking my head and closing my eyes and thinking, okay, that did not work out well and that could be it. It is, in essence, how it felt. Open my eyes, pretty much going straight down towards the ground, to then realise, oh, I'm here, this is fine. There's been better times. And then to understand what happened to, my opposition partner.
It was a very quick decision to pull the ejection seat handle, because I knew the last manoeuvre I'd made was to push lower towards the ground. I was only at 100 feet in the first place. We're doing over 300 miles an hour. I just pulled the handle. There was nothing keeping me back in that cockpit at that point. I was knocked out by the force of the ejection, so I then came to as I hit the ground, having been in my parachute. Looked over and I could see that my watch was a lot further away than it normally would be, probably by about 7 or 8 inches. So my initial thought was, my arm's come off. Not a very pleasant thought at the time. I then sat up, my arm came with me, so I then realised I could move my fingers, and then realised that actually it was the dislocated shoulder.
I remember talking out loud to myself in the cockpit, saying, you just have to land this plane. Put the jet down safely, all done on conditioned, kind of subconscious, really. Came to understand that I'd lost a bit of the rudder, and in fact the rudder fell off as soon as I landed. But the Hawk is an incredible aircraft, and he looked after me in that respect.
Not once after ejecting did I consider hanging up my flying boots and never doing it again. In fact, quite quite the opposite. I just wanted to get back in a cockpit as soon as I possibly could. And we're both incredibly fortunate. We don't often have a nearly 800-mile-an-hour collision and live to tell the tale.
We'll go through the main points of the debrief. The only standout.
As the new leader, Pertty's top priority will be to keep his pilots safe.
Being responsible for the rest of the team pilots is probably the biggest weight on my shoulders. The guys in my wing, my team, are purely focused on formating on me. And that's where it befalls me as Red One to make sure that I'm in the right place, at the right time, at every stage of a Red Arrow's flight.
Are you going round onto a crowd front manoeuvre? Are you going to reverse back?
Red One always leads the formation, with the other 8 pilots concentrating on him and precisely following his manoeuvres.
45, come in, left, now as you get to the 60.
All of the team pilots will be formating on my aircraft, and they'll be flying their aircraft to a rhythm that I set, mainly by voice.
Practicing holding the bank now.
Voice commands are essential, because if the other pilots simply move once they see Red One moving, their reaction time will cause the formation to bend. So the leader uses rhythmic voice commands to warn them of everything he's about to do.
Happy? Happy? Yeah. Let's do a sortie.
These voice commands are unique to Red One, so Monty has to teach Pertty the tricky technique.
Happy in the back. Happy. It's rolling now. Power. Coming right now. Holding the bank. Now. Tightening. The initial roll rate, very nice. You'll get used to the voice with it, but it's very nice.
When you say you're going to come left or come right or pull up,
Coming left. Now.
there's a rhythmic process that comes to it. We call it a metronomic cadence.
Coming left. Now.
The coming announces that we're about to do something, the left tells them which way we're going, and then on the N of now, they are going to need to make an input to their aircraft.
Holding the bank. Now. Tightening.
For the guys who are 150 feet away, they might have had to put that input before the N of now.
So rolling out, easing up. I can't remember what roll out, rolling out, easing up. That's it. Rolling out, easing up. That'll do nicely.
Even for an elite pilot like Pertty, perfectly timing the right words with the right manoeuvre isn't easy.
As soon as I had to start talking whilst I was flying, pretty much basic techniques started going out the window.
Holding the bank now. Oh, this is embarrassing. Don't worry. I've been there. We've all been there. This is what none of the boys understand how hard it is. The boys haven't got a clue.
I've got 17 years experience of flying, but it's much more nerve-wracking than any sortie I think I've done in an aeroplane before.
Pertty only has a few days to perfect his technique before he takes over from Monty for good.
It is quite nerve-wracking having someone who's done this for 3 years. This is their bread and butter. And after Monty's gone and I don't have that safety blanket anymore, it become even more real. It's going to be a matter of weeks before we've got the guys in the wing.
Loaded reversals. It's a really interesting time as a team leader now because you run this schizophrenic life that you want as much information as you can, especially from the previous team leader, yet you just want them to get out of the way so you can now develop your own style. He will always be positive, he'll always smile, but there'll be some mornings when he wakes up and thinks, oh, I'm just not cracking this tiny aspect of what I need to do, yet he has no one to communicate with on the squadron, and that's quite difficult.
Right, we're going to debrief, I think.
It's the last day of the Red Arrow's 2017 season. It's a big day for Circus, the 10 engineers selected each year to fly in the back seats of the jets when they travel away from home.
You've got your own personal seat, you've got your own personal pilot. It's a little tight, I'm not going to lie, because I'm slightly bigger than some other people, but I'm still not that big, I can't fit in.
Today is Jay and the other engineers' last day as members of Circus. The 2018 team will soon be announced. As a reward, the leavers, for the first time, are being allowed to backseat in part of a display.
Hey up.
Hey up, Chuck.
Go on, pull a chair up.
Why do I get the crap seat? What's this for?
This last flight is actually quite special to all the Circus members. It's quite an honour for us to be told we can actually fly in the back seat in the display.
Scott Mackey, the team sergeant, leads the pre-flight brief.
Yes, this is the culmination of the whole season now. You've done all the hard work, you've had a lot of fun going away, but you've certainly put the hours in. This is our reward now, so it should be the best part of the year, hopefully.
It'll be your last flight with your pilot. Trying to get too
no
emotional.
crying, Jay.
But yeah, and certainly don't forget it's an opportunity that most people will never get in their life. So enjoy it. You've earned it, but stay safe.
Finish on a high. Thank you.
Leg gears, gloves, helmet, sick bag.
Sorry, I'm going right now.
I'm well excited. It's going to be good.
It's going to be awesome.
Because of the pilots they fly with, this is going to be a particularly thrilling flight for Scott.
Enjoy.
And Jordan Thorburn.
Quite lucky the position I'm in to be flying it right at the back. Particularly the tornado. I've been waiting all year for this manoeuvre, so it's finally here.
2 sick bags, just in case.
There won't be time for that.
Thank you. All right, have a good one.
It's incredible how much trust they must have in each other to fly that close to them at those speeds.
I was shaking constantly through the entire flight. All that was coursing through my veins was pure adrenaline. Might have been a little bit of fear as well, because I still really don't like flying.
Now it's time for the manoeuvre that'll turn Jordan and Scott's worlds upside down. The tornado.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. It's the one manoeuvre I was looking forward to, and it was like everything I wanted it to be.
The clouds are too low for the full formation to make any loops or rolls. But then leader Monty spots a gap.
To do an actual roll with all the jets in close formations, amazing. You feel yourself lifting out your seat for definite.
A dramatic return to the airfield ends this circus's stint flying shotgun in a Red Arrow.
That display is the best thing I've done in my life. I don't think I'll ever be able to compete to do anything like that ever again.
When we landed, I knew that was my last flight with Dan Lowe's, my pilot. It was bittersweet. It was definitely, like, that's the highlight of my career now. We're no longer circus and pilots anymore. That was awesome. No sick bags.
It was great. That was awesome, actually, to be able to do that and give them something back, having given us so much this season. Yeah, it was a real honour. Yeah.
There it is.
How was that? How was Tornado?
So different. Just the G, I noticed, was a bit more constant rather than the sharp break to land that we're used to. But otherwise, it was,
and what I said to Lissy, I'm so pleased about is we got the gap. I thought airborne. You know, we got airborne. I thought, this would just be flat. But once we got that gap and just got those 2 rolls in, it was, yeah. Come on, big man, bring it in.
Come on, then. Come on.
Hey, well done, mate.
Yes.
Awesome.
Thanks again.
Been epic.
Smash it.
There we go.
Right, see you in a bit.
Before the new pilots step into their positions, there's a final flight for this year's pilots. A photo shoot to mark the handover. Hannah Smoker, the team photographer, will be flying photo chase with Lingy.
Yellow. All right? Feeling good?
Feeling good.
Perfect. Excellent. Well, today we're going to go and do your first display photo chase. What I'd quite like is a canopy-on shot of Spitfire. It's quite a fleeting shot you're going to get here, looking down through the left-hand side of the aircraft. And the idea there is not being too close, because you then...
You need all of it.
You need to be able to zoom out to get the...
It'll be Lingy's last flight after his record-breaking 10 years as a team pilot. Secret plans are being made to mark the occasion.
It's sort of, there should be some sort of jet water archway, and then we've got a chair, ducting, champagne and glasses.
There's a little bit in it that's sad. I think hanging up my red suit is going to be a big deal, without a doubt.
Lingy must fly close enough for Hannah to take the perfect shot. But avoid getting in the way or blocking escape paths the other pilots may take in an emergency.
There aren't many people that get the opportunity to see a Red Arrows display from that vantage point. So by far, from my flying perspective as Red 10, it's definitely the most challenging and the most enjoyable. It was really good for my partner and our daughter to be on the ground watching that final flight. They'd come up to watch it knowing it was going to be my last time flying a jet in a red flying suit. When I landed, I could see 2 fire engines positioned on the taxiway. And as we got towards them, the fire engine sprayed a guard of honour of water across my aircraft. It was very moving. That is the end of what, for me, has been a very big chapter of my life.
Hello, Trouble. How are you doing?
It's an RAF tradition for pilots to suffer a hazing after their last flight with the squadron.
Someone else want to go? Yep. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thanks, buddy. Thank you.
Each year, in honour of those leaving the Reds, and to mark the start of a new season, there's a formal dinner. It's held in College Hall at RAF Cranwell, where Air Force officers have been trained for nearly 100 years. Being a Red Arrow isn't all low-level loops and glamour.
You just grab the other box there and give me a hand take it in the mess around as well.
The pilots themselves are the very hands-on event organisers. Mike Bowden is putting the finishing touches to the tables.
They're very personalised to the individual, so they're dedicated to the person who hosts the table. So that's Tom Bowles, so Red 6. So he's one of the levers, so it's plaqued and personalised to him. So yeah, it's a fantastic memento of the year.
I'm going to rush and get these finished because we haven't got long to get ready.
Dan Lowes and Matt Masters are in charge of the squadron albums.
These are essentially photo books of the history of the team. So I'll just show you this one now. I just got it in my hand. It's just every team that has gone through has taken pictures of what they've done throughout the year, places they've been, places they've displayed at. It's a bit of a family photo album. Having a bit of a laugh, really. Obviously, this one wasn't as funny because things may have happened during this display season. I think this was when they actually clipped a yacht. They got into the display area the mast was too tall. Here, Steve clipped the top of the mast with his wing. It actually destroyed part of his wing. And there's some dramatic pictures here of the aircraft going to sea, and you can just see him leaving the aircraft there before it hits the sea. Just by Brighton Pier there, you can see him landing in the water in his parachute. That was the same day. He's got some burns on his face from the actual ejection itself, but as I say, that kind of family thing is like, hey Steve, do you see that yacht with a big mast, question mark? So you can see that was a bit of banter just to get people through everything. It's really good to look. It's really good to see. Look at that. We're water skiing behind the style that these guys had in the 80s. I mean, look at that. It's a good looking bunch.
At 7 p.m, the guests arrive, welcomed by the Reds, who swap their flying suits for something a little smarter. In his very final role as Red One, Monty's hosting the boss of the entire Royal Air Force, Air Chief Marshal Sir Stephen Hillier.
It's a really defining point in the year. The guys are still calling me boss, and they have 3 hours, and at midnight, that is it. It's like Cinderella going to the ball in that 1 a.m, I am definitely not their boss anymore. Purty will be the boss, no matter what, but it draws a good line in the sand. So, one big speech to do, which I've done a lot of public dinner speaking, and it's quite apt that my last speech, I'm sat between the Chief of the Air Staff and Ranulph Fiennes. As ever, I'm absolutely bricking it.
Guests include retired Reds and people who've helped the team over the last season. Lingy's replacement, Adam Cos Collins, gets his first taste of the glamorous side of the job, hosting Carol Vorderman. The handover to the new leader begins with a speech from the head of the RAF.
The Red Arrows will be absolutely the pinnacle of our activities during the RAF 100 celebrations, and it's a fantastic opportunity, and I'm sure that the new leader is going to be absolutely at the centre of that, so no pressure there, Bertie. The Red Arrows mean a huge amount to me. They mean a lot to the nation overall. So I'm proud, and I know the nation is proud of what you do as well, so thank you very much indeed.
By tradition, the actual handover takes place at midnight, in the bar.
I guess I might have a beer actually, yeah. Do you want a beer? I'm all right with this. Right, I can have a lager, please. Thank you.
Lingy passes the Red 10 roll to Cos.
Happy times.
Yeah. That's it. Well done. Thank you. You are going to have the best time. Really, really enjoy it. And
excited.
I'll be ready to listen to you at the air shows as they come up. But mate, all the best. You're going to have a wicked time.
No pressure. Thanks for a great handover. Yeah, can't wait.
Excellent.
And the leadership of the Red Arrows is handed over to Purty.
All the best. Thanks. I do wish you all the best. You're going to have an amazing centenary year.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Appreciate it though.
So it's number 23. Yeah, good luck, mate. All the best.
A new era for the Red Arrows begins. It's the first day of training for the Red Arrows' historic 2018 season. The pilots are back in green flying suits. They only fly in the famous red suits once their new display has been approved after 6 months of intense training.
We don't have air traffic, we are 2-2, they're currently green.
For the first time, Purty is in the hot seat as Red One.
Around the room then, please, Chloe.
And 2 new display pilots, John Bond and David Stark, have joined the team. Both are hugely experienced RAF fighter pilots. Bondi last flying state-of-the-art Typhoon fighters.
It's a completely different flying discipline to what we've been doing. I haven't done a lot of formation in the last 4 years, and the formation that I've done has been on a very modern and advanced jet, so the handling characteristics are a lot different.
You find yourself getting excited one moment, and then it dawns on you the realisation that it's not going to be as simple as it might appear to some people. So you have moments of trepidation as well, I think. So it's probably a healthy mix of excitement and trepidation.
For the past 2 months, Bondi and Starkey have been flying backseat to experience what's in store for them. Now they'll take the controls themselves.
Yeah, I think one of the big differences is how public this is going to be. You know, this time next summer it could be 50,000 people, many of whom will be knowledgeable and they'll be able to spot our errors.
First though, they're issued their official Red Arrow mugs.
It's a bit of a tradition and a rite of passage to have your own mug, let alone a Red Arrows one, so it's pretty cool. It's quite nice to have it in this traditional shape of the Red Arrows.
Today, the new pilot's 6 months of training begins. They'll attempt ultra-close formation aerobatics for the first time.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. The moment you've been waiting for, slot 1. This is it. This marks the first part of your career for the next 3 years. Weather-wise, we're looking at slightly improved conditions. We've waited around all day for it to pick up now.
I'm now in the Red Arrows. I'm going to do my first training flight with Red 1 and start putting smoke out the back of a Red jet. So this sort is going to be huge for me. It's as if my career's been building up to this point.
Just don't overdo it. Don't bite off too much. Fly it by eye, but just get used to what that flying by eye versus my cadence is, okay? Pre-brief yourself, coming left now, holding the bank now.
Pretty terrified actually. The first time flying a Red Arrows jet in formation, not really knowing whether you can do it and know how you'd cope with it physically and mentally.
30 minutes is what I've touted us for. Happy? Minute 1-5.
Bertie starts with gentle turns.
Reversing right now.
He won't attempt any aerobatics unless the new pilots prove they can hold a solid, safe position just 8 feet away.
Coming left now. Holding the bank now.
Even this requires incredible skill and concentration. A job made even harder under turbulent low cloud.
You're almost not thinking about it, you're just trying to blank out everything around you, blank out the horizon, try and blank out the sun if you can, just focusing on that aeroplane that you're following and what your hands, feet and throttle are doing at the same time. Easier said than done.
Letting it out, rolling out.
The new recruits do so well, Bertie decides they're ready for something more challenging.
Down for a loop.
When he said down for a loop, it was all a bit of a blur. I think my whole body tensed up.
Definitely raised the hairs on the back of my neck a bit. I probably switched on a little bit more than I had done previously, if that was possible.
Smoke on, go.
The first call of smoke on and trying to find the button to get the right smoke was probably the most challenging bit.
And pulling up.
And then actually going up for a loop, putting the smoke on. That was just a thrill.
It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and to loop a Red Arrow for the first time was a milestone for me.
Smoke off, go. Good effort. Wonderful.
A wonderful experience, to be honest. We've been waiting a long time to do this, so it was great.
We expected to do some wing overs and some turns under G, but when the boss called down for the loop, the dread came over us, the fear. Yeah, it's like first day at school again. Like, it was excitement and nerves all in one, because it's a completely new skill that we're going to have to try and learn. So I guess it's sort of natural to want to be really good at it straight away, and then you find out you're not. And but no, I feel really good, buzzing. It was awesome, and the hard work begins now.
The weather did open up beautifully, and if we can't go upside down on day one of being a Red Arrow, then surely must be a wrong job, right? That's about it. Training done. We are ready for 2018.
The Red Arrows have just begun their 6 months of winter training for the 2018 display season.
Weather and diversions, let's just run through it. We're on 22 right hand, surface wind is 260 at 15 to 17.
Martin Purty, has recently taken over as team leader.
Becoming Red 1 is a privileged moment of my career. I'm obviously exceedingly proud, but now I'm into the role, it's all about the responsibility that I have taking on this iconic part of British history. Typhoon, go.
8, 9.
2 new pilots have joined the team, John Bond and David Stark. Call signs Red 2 and Red 3.
Swan, go.
2, 3. Excitement and nerves all in one, because it's a completely new skill that we're going to have to try and learn.
Pilots usually spend 3 years with the Red Arrows, each year moving formation position and performing increasingly difficult manoeuvres. So months of training are needed before the team can fly together in their famous 9 aircraft formations.
The training that we have here is a very stepped approach to how we get to those 9 jets. What I tend to focus on for about a month is getting our new boys up to speed. So myself, Red 2 and Red 3 fly as a formation, just to build up the very core. It's simple things like turning left and turning right. Today we'll add 4 and 5 on board, and that is us as a core of what are known as Enid, after Enid Blyton's famous 5. We'll train together for about 3 months before we add any other aircraft.
Up to now, Perch has been teaching the 2 new pilots the basics of close formation aerobatics.
Smoke off, go.
Today, for the first time, second-year pilots Dan Lowes and Chris Linden-Smith will be flying outside them.
3, 2, 1, hack. Welcome. Here it is then. First trip for Enid. As far as hazards go, it's probably weather is the biggest hazard for us this afternoon, and we will still make a call about whether we're going to go, even up to the point of taxi. And if it's just not fit, we won't go. All right, we need to be not below 1,000 feet for all the manoeuvring we do this afternoon, and I'm not going to go if we're scrabbling around with a 1,200-foot cloud base.
I'm sure it will be intimidating having the second years on the outside of us, and I'm sure we'll tense up for the first time as soon as we feel them, and I'm sure we'll feel the eyes in the back of our heads.
We will check in on stud 19 at minute 18.
It's going to be a mental challenge for the first sortie.
It is going to be unnerving. I think it's going to be a degree of pressure, not only because of the person being outside there with their experience and their scrutiny, but the fact there's another red jet out there as well that we don't necessarily want to hit at this stage.
And the weather conditions don't make it any easier.
Coming left now.
It's getting dark, and high winds are causing turbulence.
Holding the bank now.
There were challenging conditions for the first 5 ship. Bondi and I thought it was bumpy, but we were swiftly told by 4 and 5 that we hadn't seen anything yet.
It's the sort of turbulence you would definitely have the seatbelt on for in an airliner, for example. So trying to formate in that kind of turbulence is just adding to their complications, because they're not now sure whether they've just over-egged it on the stick or they're feeling chopped.
Just to prevent fatigue, we'll have something called an open up and relax. That just provides a little opportunity for 4 and 5 to give us in-the-air debrief points that we can fix for the next 15 minutes.
When the boss is flying straight and level, don't try and chase him. Let him meander around.
Outside me with Smiley, and I've got to be a stable platform for him, so he has the absolute right to tell me that I'm not in position or being a bit too violent with the controls.
Go. Flat. Right hand brake. Hey. Right. Braking. Now.
After their dark and bumpy flight, everyone's in need of a cuppa.
It was awesome. It was great to get airborne as a 5 ship. Good to have 4 and 5 outside of us. Good for the experience, but they're going to be whipping us into shape.
I think it's learning the skill for the first time and then having to repeat that, you know, at the same time every time. It's just a completely different way of flying an aeroplane, I think.
It gets harder, and probably exponentially harder, because I will be asking them every day to be doing something new. So just when they think they've got on top of it, we'll be on to the next formation, we'll be on to the next position.
Yeah, good to know. Good to know. Yeah.
More than 100 engineers keep the Red Arrows flying.
Landing gear select down.
Each year, 10 of them are selected to travel in the back seats of the jets to service them when they land away from home. This elite team is known as Circus, and the candidates for 2018 have just been announced.
Attention Rafat, all Circus to the sign-up area. That's all Circus to the sign-up area.
They'll be led by Junior Engineering Officer Lissy Mason. Call sign Circus 1.
So who's been flying before? Who's had a trip?
I did a pack trip in spring last
Oh
year.
yeah, you did, didn't you? Yeah. So who's never been?
I've never been in one.
No. At all, nothing?
Never.
What about light aircraft, anything?
Done light aircraft and helicopters.
Cool.
I've just been on holiday.
Looking forward to it?
Yeah.
What are you most nervous about though?
What if you need a wee, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not good.
I just really don't want to throw up.
Yeah, that's the main one.
Yeah. So make sure you've got sick bags with you if you're not sure. Again, well done, but the hard work starts now. Cool.
Rose Buchanan is the only prospective Circus member who isn't an engineer.
I'll see you in a bit.
She's part of the photographic team, which films the Reds every time they practice or display. The pilots use the videos to assess their performance, but it's also needed to assist investigators following any accident.
The rest is just waiting. I suppose this is sort of the less glamorous side of the job, but it's good fun and it's practice for the display season. So this is kind of what I'll be doing for the whole year. So it's good to sort of get as much practice in as I can. A couple times I've had to have a little panic with myself because you just can't find them. And there's been times where you're filming and the whole time they're just up in the clouds, so you're just waiting for them to reappear, but eventually they do.
Reversing right now.
The pilots have a set way they like things filming, especially when it comes to different manoeuvres. Every now and then they'll call us up as well and say, just for this one, can you do this differently, or can we have it a bit more zoomed out, a bit more zoomed in? It all depends on what they've done that day. So yeah, they keep us in the loop on what exactly they want.
Rose's job is about to get busier, because so far only the 5 jets of Enid formation have been training, but soon the remaining 4 jets will be taken to the air.
We've got Jippo formation down here, Reds 6, 7, 8 and 9, who themselves make up the more dynamic portion of the second half of the show, who we can train as a single entity. And when we're ready to put it all together to make the iconic Diamond 9, we'll simply move Jippo up into formation just behind Enid there, making that trademark Diamond 9 formation that Red Arrows are famous for. Within Jippo formation, we have 2 guys who fly the synchronised opposition manoeuvres, who are known as the synchro pair.
The synchro pair perform their hair-raising routine in the second half of the Red Arrows displays, executing extreme low-level rolls and high G turns.
30 feet, let's say, and it's
Toby Keeley is just starting his second year with the Reds and has been selected to join Cy Taylor in the synchro pair.
So if you have an emergency that you need to then just call the flight through, I will call 6 flying it through and I'll take us on crowd. Likewise, if you have an emergency down the line that needs you to fly it through, if you need to escape, then just escape off crowd. Yeah. If you have an emergency that requires, it's just...
In a way, I feel like I've just joined the team from scratch again because I'm learning these new procedures as well, just like the new guys are, Reds 2 and 3 this year. Yeah, it felt like a first day at school.
Toby has just 5 months to learn all synchro's daring manoeuvres. He starts with the basics, flying as a singleton, with synchro partner Cy in his back seat. As a first year in Enid formation, Toby never performed below 300 feet. Now he will be attempting aerobatics with only 100 feet between him and the ground.
And pulling up.
You're really aware of the ground coming up really quickly. When I was 60 degrees nose down, you just had the sense of ground rush coming up to meet you. You think, oh, crikey, the only thing that's going to save me now is just completing the loop. It does become comfortable, but the first time you do it down to 100 feet is pretty exciting. It is great fun. The amount of G-force, you pull a lot more doing the synchro flying, so it's a bit more harder work in terms of physical flying, but yeah, it is good fun.
He's not scared me yet, that's good. Let's hope it stays that way. No, it's been a good day actually. We've got quite a bit of training done considering the weather was quite poor. Ready for a beer.
20 miles away, the prospective circus members have come to RAF Cranwell. They're here for tests to check they're fit to fly backseat in the Red Arrows. First stop is the Aircrew Medical Centre. For photographer Rose and engineer John Bayliss, the biggest hurdle isn't proving they're medically fit, but proving they can actually fit into the Red Arrows Hawk jets. John is 6'6" tall.
I've been up for a backseater in a Tornado and I got up on that okay. That's a lot bigger cockpit, so with the Hawk cockpit I'll be a little bit iffy about it.
Do you want to go in this room?
If I could fit in or not.
So if you can back straight against the board, legs shoulders width apart.
A range of measurements are taken.
To your left just a little bit.
John can't exceed any of them. John's thigh length is near the safety limit.
All done, right? Have you put your trainers back on for us?
But he passes with a centimetre to spare.
Absolutely everything's fine.
Happy days.
At 5'3", Rose has the opposite problem. But some pre-test stretching may help.
I need all the height I can get, so it'll be worth it. The medical is very nerve-wracking. It's the one thing you can't do anything about. You can't change who you are, you can't change what size you are, what shape you are. I just have to remember that at the end of the day there is nothing I can do about it. So if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out.
You need to kind of be in a hamstring stretching position. You need to go back as far as you possibly can. Fantastic. Arms out in front of you, index finger halfway to your thumb. So
Everything's fine.
There with your thumbs, and I need those arms nice and stretched out.
Until the functional reach measurement. It's a fail.
So, yeah, so functional reach we need to redo.
Yeah.
What was this one?
Instant fear was going through my mind at that moment. Panic. I did panic a little bit.
Bring your shoulder blades back, all right? Keep bringing them back.
Keep bringing them. There we go.
Just your If you're left, that's still in the
To keep her place in the Red Arrow circus, Rose needs to somehow stretch an extra 3 centimetres.
One side, use that side there.
You have to have your shoulder blades on those pads at all times when they're measuring it. If you just don't get your body position right or you don't reach out far enough, you're not long enough, obviously.
Click this one in for me, just with that shoulder blade. And that side, that should be in. Yeah. Okay, relax there. 7, 3, 4, 5. Don't be worried then. Sometimes happens when people push them all the way back, they don't realise that they're pushing it too far, and you just need that little extra stretch. Yeah,
the gap was tiny. It was so borderline. It was really scary, but when they said, yeah, all good, I was like, wow, okay, I can relax now. Instant relief. It was like someone had just taken like 3 tons of weight off my shoulders.
It's fine, absolutely fine.
Back at Scampton, Si has spent a week flying in Toby's back seat, familiarising him with ultra-low-level aerobatics. The time has now come for them to fly as a pair, and Toby will have to execute his first heart-pounding opposition pass.
So the next steps are we start pointing at each other down the runway. So that'll be pretty exciting.
Toby and Si will fly head-on with a closing speed of 800 miles an hour and cross just meters apart. Then immediately perform a difficult 4-point roll, crisply hesitating every 90 degrees. The first step is to attempt the opposition pass without the barrel roll.
Should be a good one, this one. It's not a bad job.
Thinking back to last year when I was in Toby's position, it's definitely a point of pride that you think, right, now we can start pointing at each other, and now it feels like you're doing some pretty awesome, pretty cool stuff.
Taxi runway 22.
The new Red 10, Team Supervisor Adam Collins, will be monitoring safety from the ground.
This sort of flying, your senses are on overload.
Threshold!
Flying down at 100 feet, pointing towards another jet that's coming towards you at 400 miles an hour, and you're doing 400 miles an hour. It's just really exciting. What shocked me most was the closing speed. This little dot in the background with a bit of smoke behind suddenly becomes very big and rushes past. It does make you jump. It's just excitement, it's adrenaline, ground rush, speed rush. It's awesome.
Threshold! Threshold!
But this is only the first step. Next, Toby has to attempt combining the pass with the barrel roll. Back at RAF Cranwell, Rosa's trials aren't over either. The prospective circus team now face the swim test. They need to prove they're good enough swimmers to survive an ejection over the sea. Again, if they fail, they can't become members of circus.
I'm not the best swimmer, but I've been practicing lately, so hoping that it will pay off and I'll be able to get through it. So yeah.
You must swim 100 metres without rest using any front or side stroke. After that, you get out of the pool unassisted without the use of the steps or anybody else. Are we happy with that?
Once we jumped in the coveralls, I must admit it did feel really heavy. It does make it a lot more difficult.
They must swim 4 lengths. But after only 1, Rose is struggling.
Everyone else is so much further ahead, and I did start to panic in my head thinking, maybe I'm not going to finish this.
Team Sergeant Will Allen turns back to give Rose some encouragement.
Will, my hero. When Will came back, I was a little bit embarrassed at the start because I thought, no, I can't be pulling people back. This is not good, this is bad. But actually he was just really calm, and he's helped me control my breathing. He gave me that little bit of a booster to start thinking, no, you'll be fine.
She's finished her swim, But Rose still has to get out of the pool in her wet, heavy flying suit.
I finally made it out. The relief was just unreal. Like, yeah, I was really, really happy.
I am so bad at swimming.
Rose has risen to the challenge. But Toby now faces his moment of truth. Combining a low-level, head-to-head pass with a barrel roll. New synchro pilot Toby has been practicing low-level opposition passes. Now, he's taking the massive step of combining it with the challenging 4-point barrel roll.
This time, instead of just flying past each other, just before we're going to cross, we then pitch up and then go into a 4-point hesitational roll in a synchronised fashion. Nice and snappy 4-point hesitational roll, and then keeping it level down the line. So that's the plan for today.
And pulling up.
Tobes has already done the 4-point rolls at low level as a singleton. There's now the added pressure of there being another jet coming in the opposite direction, so it'll be a good one for him to get into. But as with anything, you do it once and then every time after that it gets easier.
Cos is joined by the Red Arrow's big boss, Andrew Keith, known as Boomer. He's come to watch Toby's first attempt at this manoeuvre. Toby and Si break to opposite ends of the airfield. Pulling 6G, they climb 2,000 feet in just 2 seconds. Roll and dive. Accelerating to 400 miles an hour. Pulling out, Toby must align himself on the opposite side of the runway to Si. Si's job now is to fly straight. Toby's job is to miss him.
Oh, go.
Toby's first 4-point roll is too smooth and continuous. He's not happy.
Running down the line, I was probably just late for the input in, and it could be a lot more faster for the rolls.
So, they reposition.
Probably should be seeing what I'm seeing there now. Oh, go! Nice one, Toby.
Made good progress, actually. You know, self-awareness is key for all of our, pilots, but he's very self-aware, very self-critical, which he should be, but he's picking up on the errors. It's good progress, good learning, so we're in good shape. It's very good.
Yeah, that was just awesome. What a privilege to be able to do that and get paid for it. Yeah, certainly adds an extra element to it, rolling down the runway this time after pointing towards Si. Yeah, that was an awesome thing to go and do on a Monday morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's great fun.
First full run's done?
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, it was looking good actually. The OC was out with me.
Was it?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's good. It was all fine actually. Toby did really well. So there's just this is what the tempo will be like now. So 3 trips a day, just fine tuning this such that we can actually then be really consistent, and then that then becomes the norm. What we're doing there becomes dead easy. So then all the other more advanced stuff then becomes the bit that tests you.
The front 5 jets of Enid have also begun practicing increasingly advanced manoeuvres. After some sorties, the Enid pilots can be observed gathering together and performing a strange ritual dance. Bent double, they waddle backwards and forwards while staring at one of their jets. Occasionally, they place random items of their clothing on the ground. In fact, this strange activity is fundamental to the Red Arrow's astonishing precision.
This is the references we use when we're flying. So what they're actually looking at is the CFS crest at the front of the intake there. We try and put the wingtip in the middle of that. And then on the back of the wing, you can maybe just see the white flapjacks. Well, on the furthest one in, you can see it's red on the inside, and we actually try and make the letter A there. We will always line up two separate parts of the airplane to make sure that we're in the right position, or we can also judge arc length, so being too short or too long, so it does look symmetrical.
By visually aligning agreed reference points, the pilots know they are flying in precisely the right position. If they all fly to maintain the exact same references, no matter what maneuvers the leader makes, the formation will move as one. For different formation shapes, they simply align different references. But when you're upside down doing 400 miles an hour in turbulent air, implementing the theory is a little more tricky. The strange game the pilots regularly play ensures their positioning is inch perfect.
The plan is to keep your feet wide, so you're not looking, you just look at the reference, walk down the reference so you think you're in the right place, and then you put your item on the floor, and then from there we now look and see where everyone else's is. There you go, and I'm actually about a foot long, so I now know on the next trip that I need to probably be a foot further forward than I'm sat, and then the formation should look symmetrical either side.
The other four pilots have reached a landmark sortie because the synchro pair are going to be joined by final year pilots Mike Bog-Eye Bowden and Matt Masters to create Jippo formation, named after a previous team leader.
This is the first full Jippo flight, so it's the first time we've gone up as a four. We've got beautiful weather outside, so we're going to make the most of it and go and enjoy ourselves on a Friday.
Jippo slope on, go. Synchro roll, go.
These four pilots perform the most technically difficult maneuvers in the Red Arrow's display.
Right, 7, 9. Come left.
For the first time, they're attempting a maneuver where the four jets brake, then approach head-on. They cross, and two jets perform rolls, while two pull into vertical climbs.
7.
The weather conditions seem perfect. But on their third run, Bog-Eye is blinded by the low winter sun.
I had the sun right into my eyes, and it's really hard then to pick out the aircraft ahead and the distance that you've got from him.
So he breaks away.
For everything that we do, we've always looked at a safety case of how we escape from a manoeuvre, the safest way to go, particularly for those opposition passes. We need to know where the other aircraft are going to go if it's more than one aircraft. So we're always putting ourselves into that safest bit of sky.
Regularly making these split-second life or death decisions is part of the job.
First trip, first time we've been up as a four, it's always a bit of a nervy affair.
As you can see with the sun behind us, you're having the similar issue to we had in the air. The sun, looking into sun, the visibility was pretty poor, so that adds a different dimension to the whole formation. But it was a great flight all round.
Let's try on Twitter, there you go.
Yeah, get it on Twitter,
yeah. The 100 Red Arrows engineers are called the Blues. And traditionally, all the engineers vote for the Blue of the Year, who's awarded a special privilege. This year's winner is Tom Hammond-Haley, an armourer. His job is to maintain the ejector seats.
The ejector seat is sort of there as the final escape call for the pilot if he ever gets into trouble. And they're basically putting their life in your hands, I suppose, every time they go flying, because if they need to eject, then they're basically counting that you've done the job right. And yes, a big responsibility, but it's sort of something that you get used to, I suppose.
Maintaining ejector seats is a highly skilled job because they're complex and potentially very dangerous. A tenth of a second after the pilot pulls the ejection handle, an explosive detonating cord shatters the canopy. More explosives drive the seat up telescopic rails. Then rockets thrust it 200 feet into the air, and the parachute opens. Although Tom can fix an ejector seat, he's now got to learn to use one. Because his reward for winning Blue of the Year is going back seat on a Red Arrows training sortie.
Everyone's really, really happy and excited for me. So got the girlfriend, mum and dad coming up on Friday. So yeah, fingers crossed they'll enjoy the experience as much as I will, because I'm sure they'll be getting nervous watching me strapping in and going flying in a fast jet.
You just want to sit on the seat.
Red 5 Losey is giving him his training.
That's it, and you do that again. Sweet. The bottom line is, don't say the word eject unless you're actually going to do it. So people will say the E word, or if you'd leave the aircraft in a hurry, that kind of thing, but don't actually say it, because that then can spark heckles up on people. Now, if you are in the back and for any reason the pilot at the front is unconscious or has been killed for mid-air collision, or birds come in and knock them out, you will then communicate, I'm ejecting, right? You put your head into the back of the seat, push your shoulder blades back into it as well, push your heels into the rudder pedals, and then put two hands on the one hand with the other one covering on the ejection seat, and then 3, 2, 1, pull the handle. You will then leave the aircraft, and then the process of ejection will happen there. Awesome. Wicked?
Yeah, nice one.
No worries.
Thanks.
Tom's going to be flying with the team leader.
Hello.
Purty.
Morning, sir. You all right? Hello. How you doing? All right. Bad, you? Good to see you. Come a seat.
Cheers.
Come a seat. Here it is then. Days come about already.
Are
Just
they?
didn't remember. Well done. All right, the main aim of this sortie is for you to enjoy yourself. Okay, it is a reward for your hard work last year. We'll get the scary stuff out the way first. Once we're airborne, the feelings will be a bit different. Just keep your hands either on your knees or up on the grab handles, and that'll just make sure that you're not going to conflict with that stick, because I will feel any movements that you make onto that. If we're going to pull some G, I'll tell you it's coming on. You just want to try and, it's almost like sitting on the toilet. Just tense your head, but breathe normally when you can. So, so you do need to breathe throughout all of this, because otherwise you will just pass out. Good to go?
Yeah.
Enjoy. All right, I'll see you.
Yes, sir.
See you for the briefing. Brilliant. See you later. Take care. Cheers.
Next is Tom's G-suit fitting.
All right, Tom, if you could just tell us when you feel like firm pressure on your stomach, please, mate.
It inflates in high G turns, squeezing his legs and stopping blood rushing from his brain.
How's that feel? That's not going to get any tighter, is it?
Without the suit, he may black out.
Is that nice and snug? Yeah, excellent.
As he's getting kitted up, Tom's parents and girlfriend Ellie arrive at Red Arrow's headquarters, where Tom's name has been added to the Blue of the Year Roll of Honour.
Oh, isn't that lovely?
Blue of the Year. This one presented annually.
Lovely on there.
Yeah, right.
But just as Tom's scheduled sortie time approaches, a bank of fog rolls in.
Oh, look who it is. Hey. Aww.
Good to see you.
Okay, good to see you.
Okay.
Made it.
Yeah, we made it. What's happening? You're not going until 2:30?
Don't know yet, Mum. It's on like sort of weather hold at the minute, so
Oh, okay.
we'll keep fingers crossed that I'll just go up as soon as possible.
Oh, okay.
Only the big boss, Boomer, can make the final decision about Tom's flight.
We're sort of on the cusp, but don't know if we're going to make it, which is frustrating.
The weather only gets worse.
Tom.
Hello, sir. How's it going?
Sorry, tried everything we could. We've hung on till now, but it's just not going to be fit to go flying. The weather's not going to allow us. I'm really sorry, but just today it isn't going to happen. We are going to try and get you back up at some point, probably this time next week if you're around.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Keep in touch.
Right, see you in a bit. Yeah, a bit gutted. I was really looking forward to it, but chance is still there, and the wing commander and the squadron leaders said that I'd no problem get me back up for another training sortie. So possibly if it could fit me on Monday, then hopefully the parents will still be up and the girlfriend will be around. So fingers crossed we can get it flying then. So wait and see.
It's a blow for Tom because he's got a very special surprise planned once he gets airborne. The weather is forecast to improve, so hopefully soon he can reveal his big secret. After a tense weekend watching the weather forecast, Tom's parents and girlfriend have returned to Red Arrow's HQ. The synchro pair have already managed to launch a sortie, perfecting the opposition barrel roll. So all looks good for Tom's flight.
Let's hope the weather holds out this time. Oh, we've been kind of looking out the window, haven't we, all morning?
Yeah, checking the weather.
Yeah.
It's looking better now.
It is. We actually saw them up there flying, so that's a good sign.
There's a few sort of nasty looking clouds on the horizon, but if all goes to plan, then take off in about an hour and a bit. So yeah, just gonna go start getting ready.
But just as the bell is rung to call the pre-flight briefing, the clouds open.
Welcome, Tom, visitors. This is the briefing for what is going to be for us slot 4. We're going to brief now, but the weather's obviously looking a bit unfit at the moment. We'll wait for this rainfall to come through, but we won't launch until it's actually fit for us to do some work underneath.
The weather deteriorates so much, the synchro pair are forced to land.
The cloud base is between 500 and 700 feet, but I'm not sure how long that's going to stay that way with the weather coming in. And the bridge is now down to about 4 days.
Could someone just have a look at the rainfall radar? Just see how we're doing on that. Tom, you might as well grab a seat. Just make yourself comfortable rather than sweating even more. All right.
No, I've been thinking of a jinx apparently for the weather.
All they can do now is wait for a possible break in the rain. Finally, there's a glimmer of hope.
Good to go?
Yes.
We're going to go. All going to go for it. All right?
See you in a bit.
See you, Tom.
See you, Andy. Sick bags, definitely taking them.
Right, come on, let's go.
Time's just the rain stop.
Oh, look at
To the steps. 8. Right. Smoke on. Go. Pyramid. Holding the bank. Now. Tightening.
Oh, they're upside down. Wow. Blimey.
Smoke on. Go. Let's open now.
Wow, that was awesome. Yeah, Red one. That's so good.
He's on top form. He's just taken a few gulps of fresh air for quite a momentous occasion, which is flying with me, obviously.
Tom's engineer friends have gathered to welcome him back. And they've a surprise planned, but not for Tom.
Cheers.
How was it?
Awesome, yeah, loved it. Cheers. Awesome.
Well done, Tom.
Cheers, thanks very much.
Well done, you
Brilliant.
survived. Good work.
Cool. Cheers. Lovely. Cheers. Awesome. Cheers.
Everybody ready?
Yep. Els.
Yeah.
What's that? So there's not many things perfect in this world, but you definitely are one of them. And you made me the happiest man alive. You've been with me forever, so will you marry me? Running up yourself though. I can see him behind with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Nice to keep it a surprise.
Yeah.
Congratulations. All right. Congratulations. Cheers, guys.
How could you do that to me? Did you not know about that? Not at all. No.
7:30 a.m, early January. The Red Arrows are returning to work after a 2-week Christmas break. They've 4 months of training left before their landmark 2018 display season, when they'll be spearheading the RAF Centenary celebrations. Officer Commanding Andrew Keith, known as Boomer, takes the first briefing of the year.
All right, morning all, welcome back. First real week of 2018 training, so it's going to be a busy month and a busy week, so we'll make the most out of it when we can.
During their winter training, the pilots aim for 3 practice flights a day, 5 days a week. But the Lincolnshire weather rarely cooperates.
This time of year can be frustrating. I mean, this morning we may have some issues with some ice. It was quite cold last night, so the surfaces might be a bit icy. And then later on, we've got a front moving up from the south, so that's going to give a layer of cloud for this afternoon's flying. It's the joys of January for you.
First snow and ice, then fog. Ground the aircraft days on end.
You fly 3 times a day, 5 days a week before Christmas, then you go away and do nothing for 10 days. Because the skills we have need to be repeated so often, it just takes that little bit longer to get back into the swing of things. So that, combined with the weather in January, always is quite a tricky month.
Skill fade is definitely an issue for the pilots. The longer we sit on the ground, the more we just sort of tread water. And the longer they sit on the ground, the more that skill fade then creeps back in. And when we do get a bout of good weather, we're just clawing back to get to where we were when we left off a month ago.
Eventually, they managed to get some jets airborne, but only for the pilots to fly to RAF Valley in Wales to train on their Hawk Jet simulator.
Is that your phone ringing?
Oh, is it mine?
But getting them back again proves a headache for Operations Officer Dave Platt.
Hello. Aye, the weather's going, innit? Right. We taff in red as well, so same as Waddington, they've gone down as well. We've let them know the situation, so they might well stay at Valley. Okay then, cheers, bye. The weather has deteriorated quite quick and a bit beyond what the forecast was, so unfortunately our aircraft will be staying at Valley. It might allow some of them with young children to get a good night's sleep. Put it that much.
The pilots finally make it home the next day, and with clear weather, resume training. For most of the winter, the Red Arrows train as 2 sections. The front 5, called Enid, concentrate on introducing the new pilots to formation aerobatics.
2 needs to be a little bit more shallow generally, and that will now have to change when you're letting it out.
The most experienced pilots make up the rear element, called JIPO, after a previous team leader. They perform the most dynamic manoeuvres in the display.
Roll, go.
As a new member of the rear element, Toby Keeley has to master the advanced flying skills he'll need for these heart-stopping routines.
6, rolling, in.
One of the most difficult is flying upside down above another jet, much nearer to the ground than he's ever flown before.
Now the big challenge of inverted formation flying certainly will be the roll in. So you're in close formation and then you pitch up and roll at exactly the same time as the guy in front, so at the same time as Simon. So making that look symmetrical is quite difficult, because if I do a small pitch up and he does a big tweak up, that can get quite tasty. Maintaining that perfect formation inverted is pretty tricky. The stick moves in the opposite sense, so left stick input, the jet goes right, as you would normally expect it to go left, the right way up, and vice versa. So getting used to that was quite tricky. I wouldn't say I've had much time to sort of appreciate it at the time of flying, because you're just so focused on the actual manoeuvre. It's in hindsight you look back and you think, oh, that was really good fun, and a real privilege to be able to do that.
It's a steep learning curve, but inverted flying with just Cy is only the first step for Toby. In the mirror flat manoeuvre, the other 2 pilots must fly directly beneath them, merely feet away.
I think the main challenge for that is I'm inverted on top of Matt, but then Matt is trying to formate on me while trying to contort his neck and look up at the same time. So that's quite difficult, obviously, in the fact that he's not an owl. It's actually quite a difficult position to be in for him.
6, rolling, in.
It's quite an unnatural position to be in, because normally I'm just trying to look forward for the best view, but in this particular move I'm looking straight up. I've got to put my helmet over to one side in order to be able to look straight up at Simon, and it's one of those that if my neck doesn't hurt, I'm in the wrong position. So as long as I've got a bit of an ache in my neck, I know I'm looking and I'm generally in the right place.
There's actually no smoke and mirrors in that manoeuvre. It is literally me right on top of Matt. There's about 7-8 feet between us. You always say you have a little wave to the guy below you. Unfortunately, I don't have the capacity or the inkling to look down at Matt. I'd rather not, to be honest. I'd rather just fly as stable as I can, and then it's over pretty quickly.
6, rolling, out.
One awesome piece of flying is ticked off, but on his next sortie, Toby will attempt the most physically brutal manoeuvre of all. Corkscrew. The 4 Red Arrows pilots who make up the rear section perform the team's most dynamic and difficult manoeuvres. And corkscrew is the most physically brutal of them all. 2 pilots, Toby and Cy, fly upside down, while Matt and Bog-Eye roll round and round their smoke.
We're looking for contour-rotating manoeuvres 4 times around 6 and 7 smoke. 8 and 9 should be above the smoke at the same time, and then below the smoke at the same time, and contour-rotating as we go round, and doing that 4 times, and then finishing at the same time. If you see it in the season, then we're doing it right.
It feels like a washing machine experience. It's pretty much an assault. It's the same as any job, you just get used to it, and clearly you just need to give it the respect it deserves.
Complete. 6, rolling, out.
Throughout training, the Red Arrows use their famous smoke. Turning it on and off with precision is a skill they have to perfect. And in head-to-head manoeuvres, the smoke is vital for the pilots to see one another. For winter training, they only use white smoke. But after a long display season, it doesn't always work perfectly.
Fuck's sake, that white spot's on this jet.
Smoke system overhauls are carried out by the dye team.
We are the team responsible for creating smoke, the red, white and blue that you see coming out of the aircraft. This is our smoke pods that we fit to the bottom of the aeroplanes. They come in, get stripped apart, cleaned, put back together. Valves, O-rings and stuff all get changed. We'll put it back together, test it, and then it'll strap it to the bottom of the aeroplane again, and that's when you'll see it in the displays. The diesel and dye mixture is pumped through the aircraft, and then it's pointed out into the jet efflux, essentially the jet engine's exhaust, which vaporises it, and that's what creates the puffy red, white and blue smoke. This front section here, between my hands, that's actually the red tank. You can see it's quite small, and this gives us enough of a mixture to give us 1 minute only of the red colour. Then from here, all the way back to here, that is the white tank. As you can see, it's significantly bigger than the red, and therefore it gives us 5 minutes of white smoke during the display. And then moving back once more, from here to here is actually the blue tank. It's exactly the same size as the red tank, and also gives us a minute of blue smoke during the display. The pilots carefully plan their display to have the most visual impact that they can, and they'll use the red and blue when they're directly in front of the crowd, mainly, and then when they're off doing other things, that's when you'll see more of the white smoke. Dye team, it's one of the best jobs on the Red Arrows, in the fact that we're kind of our own bosses when we're on the road. We have to make decisions, and it's quite good to sort of solve your own problems and think on your feet a little bit.
Using smoke is a key skill the team's new pilots, Starkey and Bondi, have to learn. Now 3 months into their training, they've been introduced to all the aerobatic manoeuvres they'll be flying, apart from one. Today, they'll face perfectly timing their smoke while performing by far their most difficult and daunting manoeuvre, rollbacks. Flying at 300 feet, pairs of jets take turns to pull up, roll around the aircraft next to them, then slot back into the rear of the formation. Get the technique wrong, there's a risk of entering an unrecoverable spin, or of colliding with the other aircraft.
Rollbacks is quite challenging. It's the one that we leave till the very end. Yeah, the guys tend to put a bit of self-induced pressure on because of stories of old. So yeah, it is a milestone for the guys. Unfortunately, there was a fatality back in the 80s, but because this story's grown over the years, it's almost built this aura of being the most difficult manoeuvre in the Red Arrows.
In the 80s, the team suffered 2 accidents in quick succession, practicing rollbacks. In November 1987, 2 jets collided. Both pilots successfully ejected. One jet crashed into a field, but the other struck a row of houses.
From a normally tranquil close, the area was transformed as fire tenders, ambulances and an air-sea rescue helicopter hovered overhead.
Incredibly, no one on the ground was hurt. But just 2 months later, pilot Neil McLaughlin was tragically killed when his jet entered a spin while he performed a rollback. Like Bondi and Starkey, it was Neil's first year in the team.
3, 2, 1, hack. 8:45, morning gents. Rollbacks, okay? Let's not make a massive thing out of these. They are simple manoeuvres that have built up this aura of being the most difficult thing we have in our quiver. It is the most difficult thing you have, but You'll learn from these guys the procedural technique to get on with it, and also, more importantly, how to get out of it if you're getting into any trouble. As long as you
For their first attempt at rollbacks, the new pilots will have experienced Red Arrow's Dan Lowes and Matt Masters in their back seats.
8 is in 2's back seat and 5 is in 3's back seat, obviously with 9.
Rollback's probably the manoeuvre that we're most anxious about getting done, and it'll be nice to get those under the belt.
3, roll, go.
Barrel rolling that close to another aircraft is something we're simply not used to doing. We haven't done before, so there is certainly a healthy amount of nerves involved before you do it for the first time.
Good stuff. Best luck. We'll check in at minute 15, please. Right, enjoy.
For safety, on this first sortie, they'll be rolling one at a time, rather than in pairs. Officer Commanding Boomer has come to keep an eye on his new recruits. 11 years ago, he was in their shoes.
I experienced it all, so remember it well. Same nerves before that first sortie to go up and see. You have no idea how it's going to turn out.
Right now.
Matt, who's Red 8, was in my back seat, experienced pilot on the rollbacks, and he was there for primarily safety reasons. It's my first go, so he demoed me the rollback first.
Right, slightly following me through on the controls on me, so you can feel what I'm doing. Roll, go! The clutch, then slide it down the barrel. Arrest it with power.
Next, Dan Lowe's demo for Starkey.
Roll, go!
The roll is far too big. It's safe, but puts Lowesy far below and behind the formation.
Fucking hell. That was a demo. You got to laugh at Lowesy's first rollback. Fuck me. Poor old Starkey's got to learn off of that. I ain't saying anything.
Yeah, my first demonstration, it was not the best, I'd say. I had to re-demo it. And that just shows you how quickly and how difficult that manoeuvre can be. The tiniest change of input, and that had a huge effect in the actual demo itself. The second demo went well.
There's not much between success and failure with rollbacks. It can be such a minor change to change the whole manoeuvre. So you can lose it very easily by just a small margin. So it's a tough one for them.
Demo's over, it's the new pilot's turn. First up, Bondi.
Individual rollback practice. Two.
Yeah, the adrenaline was flowing on that first rollback.
Okay, Bondi, you have control. I have control. Whoa, go! Great effort, Bondi. Thank you. Well done.
Once I'd had the first practice and didn't scare myself or Matt too much, then excitement gradually won over the nerves.
Next up, Starkey.
Free, how are you? That's the most adrenaline I think I've ever felt in a jet, to be honest. I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing. How was your first demo, number 5? Yeah, about that.
Well, I think we're still talking, so so it's yeah, it's a tricky manoeuvre to get right all the time, but it was thoroughly enjoyable, and I don't think we have to change our underwear just quite yet.
It was really enjoyable. The difficult part actually is
following the rollbacks than doing a normal formation flying, because you're still sort of on a come down from the rollback, so that'll take some getting used to as well, I think.
Right, welcome back. Rollbacks put to bed. It's self-induced pressure that builds up the rollbacks. As you saw, it's actually quite procedural. For their first rollbacks, that was a great effort by the guys. The guys are going to critique themselves like crazy, but they were exactly what I asked them to be. Safe, consistent, flown every time, and that is all I need at the moment.
Good effort all round, I thought, for our first trip of rollbacks.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some really solid rollbacks in there. That's good to see. What I want you to do is go and do the same again. Well done.
On number 3.
100 miles away, other members of the Red Arrows team are training for the 2018 display season. Each year, 10 engineers are selected to fly in the back seats of the jets to service them when they land away. Known as Circus, the new members have come to RAF Henlow's Centre for Aviation Medicine. It's where aircrew learn to recognise one of the most deadly threats they face: hypoxia, oxygen starvation.
All right, ladies and gents, if you want to grab a helmet from here, supposedly one size fits all. We'll find out in a minute.
Above 10,000 feet, the air is so thin that aircraft must either have pressurised cabins or the aircrew must wear oxygen masks.
So if you want to try and put those on for us, please. If anybody struggles, just let us know.
Thank you. Just look at that wall for me.
If the oxygen fails, the result is hypoxia.
Okay, just hold that up to your face for me.
Activate the emulsification valve.
If the engineers can recognise the symptoms quickly enough, they can take action. And the best way for them to learn is to experience hypoxia themselves. They take turns in a rig where their oxygen is gradually reduced. Everyone reacts differently.
Starting off at 10,000 feet. Let's do the colour ball activity now, matching the shape.
Some struggle with a toddler's toy.
There's like 2 pentagons, and I was trying, there was just one was slightly bigger, so I was trying to put in the same one for ages, and then I realised there's another one.
Take a moment just to reflect on how you're feeling now.
And others become befuddled.
Weird. Just, yeah, quite lightheaded, I guess.
It was okay. It was just like being a little bit drunk, really.
Quite a nice feeling then, don't you?
Yeah, normally pay for it.
Before the symptoms become too severe,
Okay, we'll put you back on oxygen now.
they return to full oxygen.
Just give a clear thumbs up when you feel back to normal.
Recovery is nearly instant.
Okay, we'll get you out of the rig.
A flight simulator is used to teach pilots how quickly they become disorientated during oxygen starvation.
How are you feeling now, Sergeant Allen?
Circus Sergeant Will Allen wants to give it a go. In less than a minute, he's upside down.
So you're rolling the aircraft now.
Then crashes. But doesn't even notice.
On oxygen now.
At the time I thought it was quite good because obviously I didn't feel any effects, didn't notice it whatsoever, sort of lack of oxygen. Just nothing, absolutely no symptoms at all. From what I've seen from the plane footage of me actually flying it, I was suffering the effects quite badly. I suppose at the end of the day I'm an engineer, not a pilot, and that's what it boils down to. That and the lack of oxygen.
Hypoxia training complete, they're now one step closer to the back seat of a Red Arrow jet. The Red Arrows are due to spearhead the RAF's 2018 centenary celebrations.
Can I just take a minute of your time? Is that all right? Yes, boss. You got 5 minutes or
So team leader Purty is designing a new centenary themed manoeuvre for the display.
Grab a seat.
He's briefing his senior pilots, Mike Bowden and Matt Masters.
So the start of the second half is a new manoeuvre, which we're going to call the Centennial Split. So just to explain to you what's going to happen, we're all going to pull up in a loop as a 9 ship, and then Enid are going to split first, okay? And it's going to be in the colours of probably whites, and then blues in the middle. Jippo are going to fly all the way over the top of the loop, and then as they effectively point towards the ground, they'll then split out. All right, so you get this kind of flourish of colours in front of you. So that's my take on the sort of traditional 100th. But did you guys have any good thoughts?
We've had a think. Being the RAF centenary, we thought, wouldn't it be great to try and generate a way of displaying 100 in the sky?
Yeah, okay.
So I put something on paper.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'd like to take a look.
Yeah, let's look.
So the idea being, we rejoin the formation lined up here to generate the 1, then the 0, then the 0. Now clearly, the smoke plan will be smoke on, smoke off, smoke on, smoke off, smoke on, smoke off, smoke on, smoke off, smoke on, smoke off.
How many button presses does number 3 have?
So yeah, so you've got 5 smoke events, 10 button pushes that need to be timed perfectly as a formation.
My worry would be as our smoke, as you know, it never really crisply ends. There's always a little bit of a trail. My worry is that we'll just end up, this will just be a bit of a mess and end up just being a sort of blob of white.
One small mistake or one drag of smoke, we can make it look like 108 or 188 very, very easily.
Yeah.
It's a good consideration though. It's good to see you put something together.
Thanks.
Bertie has a slightly simpler idea.
The obvious options are 2 aircraft, line astern, probably slightly offset for width. They both pull up into a loop, and then somebody just to pull up in the vertical. And that could be a really easy way to do it.
It'd be nice to do something extra bit special, wouldn't it, if we can?
Yeah.
The 100 manoeuvre would be performed by the senior pilots of the rear section, led by Cy Taylor.
Got a minute? We have just been talking through some of the options for the 100th year. Matt had a pretty harebrained idea, but having not been all for trying to get 100th in the sky, I think we probably could do it. Whoever the rear 2 are, just fly a normal loop of some sort. You know, it might not be a perfect circle.
2 zeros and then
2 zeros, and then you just have someone go straight up.
So let's have a think about it. And so 6 running down the line.
Yeah.
And then you've got someone off crowd.
Yeah.
And then someone on crowd potentially, so I'll give them enough room.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
So if 6 and let's say this is either going to be 7 or 8 probably.
Whoever's got
best amounts of smoke left.
Yeah.
So 1 loop there.
Yeah.
1 loop there.
Yeah.
And then you've got the person here then just pulls up into there.
Yeah.
I think it's doable.
All right.
Forgot the weather this afternoon, we'll go for it.
Some blue sky out there. Great, thanks very much.
No worries, boss.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Blue, cloudless sky is perfect to test the manoeuvre because the 100 will be 5,000 feet tall.
We're going to try and give the 100 a go. We've got the weather for it. We might need to tinker with it a little bit, but we'll give it a go and see what it looks like.
The big boss, Boomer, joins the sortie to see if the idea is going to fly.
We're just sort of experimenting at the moment and see if it will work out for the season.
Red 10, the team supervisor Adam Collins, will watch from the ground, getting an audience's perspective. The 3 jets approach the airfield at 100 feet and 350 miles an hour.
And pulling up.
2 pull into huge loops. As they reach the top, Bog-Eye in the 3rd jet pulls into a vertical climb.
It's a mixture of looking at the instruments, looking outside, checking my height, that I put the smoke on and off at the right time, and then just trying to hold it as steady as I can so it doesn't look like a worm going up the sky and it's actually a straight number 1.
Any prints on that? I guess I had my smoke off to begin with. I definitely had the white lights on.
Yeah, I think it's got mileage. It needs to be much more standoff, and we need to work on the smoke timings because it ended up more like a 99. Which is ironic, but there we go.
Problem is, conditions like today are almost ideal, and it's still coming out with a misshapen 0. So I think standing it off a bit further away from the crowd and the right conditions, it could look good.
I think we're just going to have to tweak it and get it to look as good as it can do. And then hopefully we can do it as many places as possible if the weather allows and the sites where we display allow. So fingers crossed. I think it will look good. It's just a case of just fine-tuning it now, like everything with the display.
A bit of tweaking, I think, will be there.
Yeah. Well, I think the fact that you can see it being drawn means your eye kind of draws the bits.
Yeah.
The new circus engineers have now come to RAF St Morgan in Cornwall,
But importantly, just with a cardboard sheath, you've got a razor blade.
where fighter pilots are trained to survive following an ejection.
Stand by, go, squeeze, we'll take the arms and the legs. And legs together, better.
Because they'll be flying backseat, circus engineers also need training in parachuting and sea survival.
Right, so you're flying along, low level over water, you have a problem, eject, eject, eject. Simulate ejection.
The jets carry small rafts in their PSP, Personal Survival Pack.
Nice and tight. Feet make contact with the water. Now, big spread. Make sure that PSP is between your legs, chin on your chest.
It dangles behind the aircrew's legs as they parachute down after an ejection.
That's it, good. Drop that now, round to the back. Locate your mine baker at the back. Release the PSP. Good. From there, round to the front. Locate your QRF. Quarter turn to the left. That's it. And drop that.
The engineers now need to learn how to get out of their parachute in water.
Dan in particular, Dan's really excited by it.
Are you done?
Yeah. No.
Parachute position. Feet make contact with the water now.
They're pulled across the pool to simulate being dragged along by their billowing parachute.
Yeah, move on. Down the back plate. Press it. Wriggle free out of the harness. Wriggle free. QRF, quarter turn left.
Once out of their harness, they need to get into their life raft. Which isn't as easy as it sounds.
Because I'm obviously quite a big lad and the life raft's quite small, that was struggled a little bit with that, just getting in and out.
My boat's too small, it's broken. I couldn't get my valve to work to bail out, and I couldn't get myself underneath the cover. It's quite small, and I'm not. So, but we got there in the end.
Start working it.
The pool was tough enough, but tomorrow they'll do it all again in the sea. "200 miles north at RAF Valley in Anglesey, the Red Arrows pilots also undergo their annual sea survival training. You'd think if anyone was immune to motion sickness, it would be the Red Arrows. But you'd be wrong.
I would say none of us have sea legs, so it's definitely in our interest to take a seasickness tablet before we go. I certainly have.
Down in Cornwall, it's the engineers' first ever sea survival exercise. So, there's significantly more nerves.
Right, this morning. Fry up and a coffee. You'll probably see in a couple of hours what I have for breakfast.
Not helped by the weather.
So we're about to go out to sea, put the drills to the test now. Absolutely dreading, not going to lie. Sea state's, what do you say, sea state 5? 5. Which is, I think, 1.5, 2 metre waves. And 40 knots wind. 40 knots, yeah. Have been pushing to just stay in the harbour and do it in there, but I don't think that's happening. We are actually going out to sea.
Because it's rough today, it's going to feel realistic for sure.
Team Sergeant Will volunteers to go first.
Once they're ready for him, he'll
A little reluctantly.
go down.
Actually pretty nervous now. No?
Video of me look petrified.
Feet make contact with the water. No.
This time, they're pulled behind the boat to simulate being dragged by their parachute.
No!
Once in their rafts, with everything correctly inflated, the engineers are collected by the safety ribs.
Okay, prepare for winching.
But in North Wales, the pilot's rescue is significantly more dramatic. They're combining their training with the Coast Guard. Off the Cornish coast, the engineers' sea training is over.
That's fun.
Quite enjoyed it, bobbing around.
And one more. Lehman.
Thank you. Thanks, sir.
They're now ready for their first flight in a Red Arrow. For the pilots, it's straight back to training, with the start of the display season just 8 weeks away. The Red Arrows are just 2 months away from their first display of 2018. For the last 4 months, they've trained as 2 separate sections. Team leader Perty has decided they're ready for a landmark flight. Today, for the first time, he wants all 9 aircraft to fly as a single formation.
Flying our first 9 ship marks the start of everything about Red Arrow season. It is what the guys are aspiring to from the day they start training here in November. Now, we might go out and just fly 9 aircraft and do no aerobatics. We'll just get 9 aircraft airborne in a safe formation, but it really does mark a turning point in our next development of the training.
Perty may be ready to fly 9 jets, but with only 3 hours to launch, he's only got 8. Because a serious fault has just been discovered with an aircraft's hydraulic system.
This charging point for the main accumulator, all the insides have come out, so we've come in today. Got to stores, got a new one and replaced it.
2 hours later, the hydraulics are fixed. Just as the pilots head to their briefing. There's still a final rush to get the jet serviced ready to fly.
Monday, I think we pretty much only had about 6 or 7 aircraft actually that we could rely on them being serviceable. So to get all 9 ready for today was a really good achievement. So really pleased for the guys because it's, you know, everyone is really proud that we've managed to achieve that today. But it's not just about the pilots in the air flying them; it's about the guys on the ground making sure the aircraft are serviceable and ready.
Welcome all. Aim of the sortie obviously is the first 9 ship. Big milestone for us, but it is a normal sortie for all of us. Hazards today, cognitive error, potentially 8-9, just calling someone else's radio call sign that you've been used to so far. For everyone else, it's just now remembering that we are the full 9. Our SOPs cater for all of that, so as long as you stick to the book, you'll be absolutely solid.
9 jets are ready in time, but the rush was unnecessary.
Looking at 1900, overcast at 2-4.
Because the Lincolnshire weather intervenes once again.
Wasn't it?
Right, unfortunately it's not fit, so we're not going to go now. What we're going to do is we'll delay. So down tools for the moment, sorry about that.
We've had our cloud base lowering and visibility dropping, but at least by 2 o'clock we should have much better weather and give ourselves a better chance of getting this 9 ship in.
An hour later, with the weather still far from perfect, Perty decides to give the go-ahead for takeoff.
I'm really excited about the first 9 ship. It's going to be a milestone moment for Bondi and I think. It's proof that we've met the standard so far, but the boss is happy putting together that Diamond 9, and that'll be a big moment. I think it's a big moment for any year for the Red Arrows.
For the first time, the 2018 team are smoke on in the iconic Diamond 9 formation. It goes so well, Purty decides they're ready to try the more complex formations. Lightning. And Phoenix. Purty's even confident enough to perform the breathtaking Tornado.
Another last. Last first 9.
We've got guys who are leaving who will, remember this day for the rest of their life. But flip side of that is Bondi and Starkey, who this is their first 9 ship that they've flown in a formation aerobatic team. What better way to do it with 8 of your buddies? And again, they're probably overwhelmed by their emotions over the next 24 hours and realise they've done it, and they are definitely chipping away at the next stage.
It was quite funny today. People were playing it down this morning, saying it's no big deal, it's just a 9 ship, don't treat it as anything unusual. There's a definite buzz in the air, I think. And certainly afterwards, everyone was celebrating as if it was a big deal. So there you go, maybe they were downplaying it to manage our expectations. But yeah, it was a huge moment, I think.
Oh no, mate.
It feels like a massive deal, purely because we've flown in formation with 9 other aeroplanes. I've dreamt of doing that since I was a young kid, and to get to do that today for the first time is awesome.
It's a great moment in my career, and it just marks the start of a fantastic 3 years.
The start of the Red Arrows display season is now only 2 months away. The team have just achieved a landmark in their pre-season training. Their first 9-jet sortie.
It's a huge moment for us, actually, and it was one that I wasn't really sure we would get to. So, yeah, monumental to get it done.
But for another few weeks, they'll continue to train mainly as 2 elements. Enid, the front 5 Reds, are getting new pilots, John Bond and David Stark, up to speed. The most experienced Red Arrows pilots make up the rear element, called Jippo, after a previous team leader. They perform the most difficult manoeuvres in the display.
Flash out! Flash out!
There's a light-hearted rivalry between the 2 sections.
There's definitely a healthy level of banter between Jippo and Enid. It keeps you on your toes. You want to perform as well as possible when Enid are watching, and vice versa.
You can't get your ice cream, you've got to earn it.
If something's a bit dull or not going very well, we call, oh, that's a bit Enid. And that really winds them up.
The synchro pair, who perform the hair-raising opposition manoeuvres, get stick from everyone.
Synchro actually have their own office down the corridor, probably to accommodate their ego, and the rest of the pilots get put in here. So we had a bit of a parking sign made. Should their chat get a little bit too much about how amazing their last fudge was, we can kick them out of our office. They can get a little bit crowded, so they take it in the spirit it's meant.
Yes, so after the tone, I'm going to roll, pull, point towards my ground feature.
Today, the rear element are going to attempt their first full routine, which they'll perform in the second half of the display.
I will just take a crowd rear over the top of you, so if you can say 500 and below, I'll just drop us over the top of you. As long as you're visual with us, then I'm happy. Yeah, exactly. Right, good man.
Performing the entire high G routine is physically demanding for the pilots.
You feel the blood starting to pour in the lower parts of your body, your legs and your feet. You feel the G-pants inflating around your legs and your abdomen. So that's quite an unusual feeling. And if you're not careful, you can start to get grey tunnel vision. So if you start to get that, you've got to strain harder against the effects of G.
When you're pulling 8G, everything weighs 8 times its weight if we're just sitting here now. So, for example, the helmet that we wear, that is weighing 8 times its normal weight.
You're sitting still. All you're doing is sitting there. However, the physical aspects of this job is pretty extreme.
As well as perfecting their aerobatics, like all fast jet pilots, the Reds need to continually practice dealing with emergencies, such as engine fires on a flight simulator.
Okay, fire. Any signs of fire from the tower? Red 10, from the tower, affirmative. You're trailing smoke.
The Hawk simulator is at RAF Valley in Anglesey, and the pilots of Enid are heading there for training. But they're not going alone.
And what's an added bonus is that we can take the guys who are going to be the new circus members for 2018 and just expose them to some of the feelings that they will experience whilst flying in the back of a Hawk.
This flight is called the Shakedown. It's the final stage of training for circus. The engineers are allowed to fly backseat to service the jets when they travel away from base.
The shakedown sortie, for me it was a bit more of a build-up of tolerance of flying because I don't do too great with it. So my flight down there was quite plain. I wanted to go into the Mach loop.
The Mach loop is a famous low-flying route through the Welsh mountains. New circus members experience it as part of their shakedown.
We sort of pulled in at maybe 2.5 G, started to feel a little bit queasy. So I said to my pilot, I don't think I can go into the loop today.
Will landed early at RAF Valley. The other circus backseaters, like John Bayliss, managed to stay the course.
John come running over, big beaming smile, green, covered in sweat, talking about the Mach loop, and look over at my little sick bag and had a little smile on his face. Had a little joke, pointing at it, but his flight seemed to be a hell of a lot better than mine was.
Will returns from RAF Valley as the senior pilots head out for another sortie.
See you later. Have a good one.
We'd landed back at Scampton. I was working out in the hangar and senior management has sort of called everyone in. Said there's been an incident that's happened at Valley.
A training exercise that went badly wrong. This is the aftermath of a Red Arrow crashing from the sky. The pilot survived, but this evening a Ministry of Defence spokesman announced his engineer died in the crash.
It is with great sadness that the Royal Air Force can confirm the death of an engineer from the Royal Air Force Aerobatics team, the Red Arrows, in a tragic accident today.
Knowing what I knew John was there. I knew he was the last one that was coming back. So yeah, two and two together. Might not be the brightest of persons, but I figured out it was John. I knew that it couldn't have been John. Yeah.
John had been flying in the back seat of Starkey's jet. Moments after taking off from Valley, heading home to Scampton, they crashed. Starkey ejected seconds before impact, suffering a serious leg injury. John didn't manage to escape. The cause of the accident is still under investigation.
After we were all briefed and sort of given the bad news, you know, that it was John and that it's sort of gone, all got together. It's typical RAF raid, really, get into groups, chat. Talking's very good, you know. We talked through memories of John, how we felt about John, how much he'd be missed, how much he meant to us, each of us. Shared a little experience about him, sort of celebrate his life.
Following the accident, the Red Arrows go into lockdown. The jets are grounded, and everyone is sent home. Two days after the tragic accident, the Red Arrows are still closed down. Team leader Martin Pert returns to record a video message.
Emotions are still pretty raw at the moment for everyone on the team, and we just need to figure out how we go from here. On behalf of everyone at the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, I'd like to thank you, the friends, fans and followers of the Red Arrows for your unstinting support this week. As aircrew, we're exposed to these risks, whereas for the engineers, for it to happen to one of their own in such a unique circumstance is really difficult for them. As you will be aware, on Tuesday, one of the squadron's aircraft crashed at RAF Valley. Unfortunately, because of Starkey's injuries, it's likely that he's not going to be able to take part in the 2018 display season. So I need to make some quick, potentially difficult decisions. John was not just an exceptional colleague and dedicated engineer, he was also a leader and friend to so many across our small team. We can't just stop forever, and it's just balancing how we get back on the horse, but also remaining sensitive to what's happened here, because we're all human and this hurts.
Three days later, work for the Red Arrows has to resume. Preparations need to be made for Springhawk, their annual 6-week training exercise in Greece. They were due to depart in just 2 weeks' time.
It is a tough time. We'll never forget John. You know, he's probably looking down us now as well, saying, you know, come on, keep going, you know, don't mourn for my loss.
It's still quite emotional on the squadron. It will be until we have the funeral. Keeping your mind on work, keeping focus does help. We have to move on. And the best way to do that is to get on with our jobs.
It's Gary Smith's job to get 80 engineers and 50 tons of equipment to Greece.
What we will need is on the Monday, April the 16th at 9 o'clock, we need you to be at the base.
Yeah.
Preparations must continue because guaranteed good weather in Greece is essential for the pilots to prepare for PDA, the Public Display Authority Test, when they must prove they're good enough to display to the public.
The sort of characters of the people we've got, the squadron spirit, you know, is incredibly strong, which is great. So the bounce back will happen. We will grieve for some time, but we will also get back to what we need to do. We are back to flying today, so you know that's a good step forward for us. We're recovering our aircraft from over in Valley. So they've landed in today.
But with the display season only 8 weeks away, the team are a pilot short. Taking on Starkey's specialised Red 3 role at such short notice is an almost impossible task. But there's one person who may be able to do it.
We're actually going to get Squadron Leader Ling, who was Red 10 for the previous nine seasons or so, back into the team. And he's a previous Red 3 pilot. He flew in that position a number of years ago.
Although originally a display pilot, for many years Lingy was the team supervisor, giving the commentary from the ground.
Let's please have a big round of applause. Here they are. It's the Red Arrows.
Well, I've got a lot of experience in the Red Arrows as a supervisor. It's been quite a while since I last actually flew in the number 3 position. So it's picking up where I left off 10 years ago to get back into the 3 slot and remember what my muscles need to do to fly as stably as I can.
When he left the team 5 months ago, Lingy had spent a record-breaking near decade in a red flying suit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, he's back for an encore.
Boss.
Hello. Welcome back.
Right. Yeah,
Good to see you.
cheers.
How are you?
Thank you. All right, yeah.
I personally need to go flying with Lingy. He needs to sit on my wing, get used to my inputs, all the things that we spent months and months of winter training doing, which we will accelerate with Lingy because of his significant experience beforehand, but it will add to our training burden. We need to have a think about how we get you up to the standard that we need before Springhawk. We'll probably start pretty much straight in at the deep end. We'll just go off and do some formation work.
Formation aerobatics not done for a while, so that will just ease me nicely, gently, and then it's more about the cadence and getting to know how to flies it to bat and ball off him or anything.
Anytime I'm briefing you, I'll probably get Bondi in as well, just that he's kind of bought into what we're doing. That'll probably allay some of his fears about starting all the way from scratch again. Is there anything for me? Is there anything burning desires, currency-wise? How are you doing?
Slalom is the only one I haven't flown from the front.
Okay.
From when I was 3, clearly 10 years ago, but
yeah.
Slalom is the one I think might take a little bit of work to get used to the rhythm and the cadence.
As Red 3, there are other skills Squadron Leader Ling needs. It's a position normally flown by new pilots and comes with additional responsibilities.
The very important duties for Red 3 are sorting the coffee machine out, getting everyone their rations, ringing the bell a minute before any event, so all the good stuff. But yeah, very important. The team runs on rails when everyone does their job properly, so yeah, it's now clean.
Job done, he can now go flying. The display season's less than 2 months away, but Lingy has to start with the basics. Learning the core manoeuvres, flying with his opposite number, Bondi.
Myself and Starkey went through the whole workup together. We've been able to rehearse the moves, etc., just between ourselves, because a lot of the cadence starts with myself and Red 3. We've practiced that together and we spent a lot of time over winter training doing that, but now we've got to learn that again.
Morning.
Morning, sir.
Right. Yeah, good, thank you.
So we can hopefully get back to where we were before the accident as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much. In my first year when I was Red 3, we had around 5 months of training, but this year I've got 5 weeks.
We're all aboard. Act 3.
So we've got our work cut out, but everyone's going to gel together and the team's going to work hard and we're going to get to that point. Today we've just been putting some of the second half manoeuvres together. So for the first time going off to fly the detonator. The goose.
3 to roll. Peace. Let's check roll.
The revolution.
Lingy has flown all these before, though 10 years ago. But now he faces a particularly difficult manoeuvre for the first time. Slalom. Slalom is performed by the front 5 jets. Starting off in a line, 4 fan out into a V formation called battle. Then they swap sides, crossing in a perfect line. It requires extreme precision and exact timing. Lingy first has to perfect the move with just Bondi.
When I was Red 3, we flew a manoeuvre called the Helix. The Helix was very similar, but what I haven't done in the slalom is where the aircraft cross. That's the biggest learning curve for me, is putting the aircraft in the right place and getting the timing right.
To make it look symmetrical, you all need to cross into the middle at exactly the same time. And we do that on cadences, so we count.
But as Bondi crosses, Lingy is still far out. His move is too slow. They make more attempts. The timing gets better, but still isn't perfect.
Despite his 9 years of experience on the team, he won't have been exposed to this manoeuvre. So that's why I think he's probably finding it as challenging as perhaps he might be. He will get it, it's just going to take some time.
That was good. That was second half sortie, the first of the second half manoeuvres. So good to get the blood pumping, bit of G, and keep a little bit of everything moving, really. It was the reverse battle and then anticipating the power to get back across. And set the third one, I got left way behind. That last one might be better. I've been learning a lot from Bondi. It's great flying again, obviously, and just hoping that I can perform well enough to get the team back to the place where they were around a month ago. It's good fun, mate. Yeah.
Right, welcome back. Good progress made. We've seen Detonator, Goose, Revolution, Slalom. So 4 good elements of the second half crimped off. Excellent.
But just as Lingy is starting to get to grips with the routine, the Reds are grounded again. Because an extremely serious defect has been discovered on a Hawk jet.
We've got an aircraft currently at RF Valley on a minor servicing. They removed the ailerons as part of that minor, and they found initially a crack on the hinge point, which attaches to the aircraft itself.
Ailerons are the movable surfaces on the wings that are raised or lowered to roll the aircraft. If they failed, the jet would become almost uncontrollable. Although the fault has been found on only one Hawk, none can fly until every aileron is removed, to check the defect isn't more widespread.
We're stripping the ailerons off the aircraft currently. We'll look at stripping the painting off and do an independent check to make sure that that control surface is fit for purpose when it's back on the aircraft. A lot of work at a crucial time, but ultimately we need to get it done before we now deploy to Springhawk.
It's devastating news for the pilots, who face PDA, the public display test, in only 6 weeks' time.
So flying program is completely on hold for the moment. Let's prioritise getting the jets serviceable. We need to look at getting us flying for our own morale, but also so that we can just keep track progressing towards a Springhawk departure.
The aileron issue has come at a really cruel time, and when we desperately need to get flying again after the accident, we find ourselves grounded for up to possibly 3 or 4 weeks now. It's entirely possible that we won't be ready for PDA. If we don't make PDA whilst we're out on Springhawk in Greece, the likelihood is we would have to cancel some of the displays at the beginning of the season.
The Red Arrows have been grounded for days. the engineers working flat out to get the pilots flying again.
It is tough, it's challenging, and we're already, we're still grieving for one of our own as well. So everything as that all combined it's a really difficult time for the guys and girls.
They managed to clear 3 jets to fly, at least allowing replacement pilot Lingy to continue his training.
We need to have him flying full 9 ships within about 2 weeks. Normally, a pilot who's come in training for the first time would spend approximately 170 to 200 sorties before they got anywhere near a 9 ship. We're looking at Lingy doing that within 9 or 10, a testament to both his talent and his experience levels, having been with the team for about the last 9 years.
Let's check roll.
And an important decision has been made regarding the squadron's imminent departure for Greece.
We've delayed our deployment to Springhawk, and that is so we can offer up the opportunity for squadron members to attend the funeral of Corporal Bayliss. And that's the right decision to make.
Engineer John Bayliss's funeral is held with full military honours. Colleagues, friends and family pay their respects. And there's a fly past of Typhoons from John's previous squadron. His close friends from the Reds, Jordan Fairbairn and Will Allen, act as coffin bearers.
It was an extremely hard thing to do. It's something that I felt I really, really wanted to do, be a part of that. John wants to be remembered as a 29-year-old. I've known the guy over 10 years, and every birthday, how old, John? 29. Hair colour, he was never ginger. African sunset, Danish gold. He didn't have radar ears, he just had a slightly small head, that's what it was. John would be wanted to remember as a young Danish gold guy with a slightly small head. John would want everyone smiling along with him and just celebrating his life. That is what John would want.
It was just infectious, his smile, certainly for the aircrew upstairs, and being able to transmit that to the engineers is something that will live with me for the rest of my days.
Early the following morning, the Red Arrows begin their deployment to Greece. The 1-week delay has allowed more jets to be past fit to fly, but possibly not enough.
We want 11 aircraft for Springhawk, but things seem to conspire against us at the moment to try and achieve that, because all these things have all come at the wrong time and making it really difficult for us to achieve. What we want to do is get those 11 aircraft out to Greece.
Most of the 80 ground crew will be flying out on a transport aircraft from nearby RAF Waddington. Circus 10, photographer Rose Buchanan, should have been flying in the back seat of a red jet. But because of the accident, ex-circus member Hannah Smoker is to take her seat.
I'm just covering for Rose just on the transit out to Greece for Springhawk, so just going to fly out in the jet for the 2 days, just because Rose hasn't had a familiarisation yet, just haven't had a chance to get her just up in the jet. So she'll get that out once she's out in Greece, and then she'll be doing the flying back.
One of John Bayliss's best friends, Jordan Thorburn, has taken on the role of Circus 3.
So I'm flying out to Springhawk. I'll be flying back from Springhawk as well. And then I'll be flying pretty much the whole of the first half of the season So up to about our mid-season break point is currently how far I've been told I'll be flying into it.
For the rest of Circus, it's their first ever long-haul flight in a Red Arrows jet.
Slightly nervous, excited, looking forward to it, looking forward to getting the team together, looking forward to getting into training sort of out in Greece now really, and the hops, unsupported hops, be a brilliant experience, and the flying itself. So all in all, excited about flying and nervous about flying.
The downside of flying back seat is the lack of luggage space.
Just a pair of pants, that's it.
Every spare inch is used, including the electronics bay.
I've just put an overnight, well, emergency in that bag, and then I've got an overnight bag in the pannier bag, which will go underneath.
And now the team finally know how many jets are fit for them to fly in.
We were hoping to take 11, but we have managed to achieve 10, which is phenomenal. The guys and girls have really pulled it out of the bag. This week has been remarkable, the way they've worked so hard to get 10 aircraft ready on the line today.
Lissy passes on the good news to the pilots in their pre-flight briefing.
0740, 21st of April. Morning, boss. Morning, everyone.
Morning. The 10 aircraft that we're taking on the push this morning are all serviceable. By miracle of miracles, the guys worked really hard last night.
Well, Lissy, thank you. Amazing work. 10 aircraft, all right? I'm hoping we're going to be on the timeline. The weather is fantastic. I'll see you at 10 past. Look. We've got 10 aircraft serviceable this morning after an amazing amount of work from our engineers. We're about 3 to 4 weeks behind. We've obviously subbed in Lingy, has read 3. He's been doing particularly well given his experience beforehand, but there are elements of the show that we've not flown in 4 weeks or even longer. So from sort of Tuesday next week, we'll be flying 3 slots a day, every day. We need to just pick up where we were, 5 weeks ago.
The flight out will be over 2 days, with stops in France and Croatia. The pilots' families have come to wave them off on their 5-week deployment.
How's it going, mate? You all right? Good.
I think everyone's looking forward to Springhawk as a place that we can move forward as a team, for everyone to regroup, the team to rebuild, and for us to really focus on achieving PDA at the end of May.
So hope it's nice in Croatia.
Springhawk will be crucial for the team to pull back together after the accident. I think we just need a consolidated period away from all of the admin, all of the trivia, all of the memories that will be dragged up because of the accident. Go somewhere completely unique for most of the team. Beautiful sunshine, we're able to display every single day, 3 trips a day. It's hugely important.
The ground crew fly direct from RAF Waddington, landing at Tanagra Air Base only a few hours later. It gives them time to prepare for the jets when they arrive the next day after the overnight refueling stop in Croatia.
The weather's been like this. It's been not a cloud in the sky from the moment we left Scampton.
Hello. Hello. Well done. Good to see you. Good to see 10 aircraft.
Yeah.
Well done.
Here we are, 10 jets. It's I almost can't believe it, to be perfectly honest.
It's the first international transit I've done with the Reds, so looking around at 9 other aeroplanes around me was pretty special.
Air sickness sufferer Will has made it through his first long-haul backseat flight.
Stomach's completely settled now. In fact, no, I tell a lie. Coming into Croatia,
You told me you had a couple of moments.
yeah, there was a few turns, a few G-turns, and then we done a fly pass, and then the brake to land. I sort of timed my breathing wrong on the brake to land. So yeah, I didn't have many turns left in me at that point, but I was all right.
Haven't been sick?
No, haven't been sick.
Only once.
These next 4 weeks are absolutely vital. Every single trip from now counts, and the guys know it, you can see it. A day off tomorrow, and we'll start flying in earnest on Tuesday.
The team head to their accommodation on the nearby coast.
Hey, Wendy. Hey, good to see you again, my friend. How are you? Good? Good?
For some much-needed rest. Dawn, 2 days later. The team start work early in Greece. The almost guaranteed sunshine allowing them to fly 3 sorties a day, every day. Despite having no bell,
Ding-a-ling!
it's still Lingy's job to call the morning briefing.
Morning, everyone. 3 slots today, first time, which is great. So enjoy that. Lots of other stuff going on, and hopefully look forward to continuing. Let's go. Thank you.
Almost immediately, they fly their first 9 aircraft sortie since the accident. Incredibly, only 2 weeks since Lingy returned.
We always knew that Lingy was the right man for the job. I think even I'm somewhat amazed at how well he's done so far. We flew him 6, maybe 7 times before he got into the main formation.
Look on. Go.
And those were small formations of 2 or 3 aircraft. But within about 8 or 9 trips, he was up to almost full display standards.
Look on. Go.
Lingy's picked it up really quickly, he's all over it, and it's just me now that's running along behind.
And roll.
There are some things that come flooding back and some things that I'm learning. I'm finding it quite tricky actually, just because I've not been flying in the 3 slot for 10 years, so doing it now and trying to be as stable a platform for the guys outside Reds 5, 7 and 9, certainly in the big shapes, has been harder than I thought it might, but it's all there, it's coming along, and we've got the training now for the next 3 weeks before PDA.
Passing PDA is all about precision. And accuracy is encouraged by the pilots making each other pay fines into a social fund for any mistake. One is a parking fine. Their front wheel must stop exactly on the centre of the black line.
Parking's one of the things that you have to get right at the end. So you call it on the radio before you fly, and then if you've got a certain amount of fines during the week for late smokes, early smokes, then you get one opportunity to go double or quits, and everything's presentational in this job. So if that's wrong, then obviously all my fines for the week double. I don't know. I don't think it's going to save me very much, because I think it was pretty bad, to be honest. So I think I'm in debt. So we'll see how it goes.
The decision on size double or quits gamble is the job of Red 8, Matt Masters.
Well, I can see from here.
Yeah, that it's good. Well, I mean, how close are we talking?
Well, it's got to be on the line, isn't it?
There goes your...
Doubtful, Simon, I'm afraid.
See, we started together as well. You'd think you'd have a little bit of bias towards me, but it's all gone now.
Nailed it.
After 3 years.
After only 2 days flying in Greece, Pertin makes a momentous decision.
Diamond move.
Incredibly, he thinks Lingy is now good enough for the team to attempt their first full display routine of 2018.
Roll, checker, pull, right up.
That's absolutely fine, and then we'll just try and pick it up at a natural point. Thank you. Have a good one.
Now, they'll find out if he is. Despite bringing in a replacement pilot and losing weeks of training following the accident, the Red Arrows are going to attempt their first full display routine of 2018.
Red zone!
And it won't just be the pilots whose performance will be put to the test.
Puppy blue!
This will be the first time the new dye team will try to produce coloured smoke.
This is the first time we're actually putting colour into the jets. It's a bit nerve-wracking. We've bulked the rig with the dye prior to coming out to the jets. Essentially, it just pumps that fluid straight into the pod. The lads are all listening now for the colour actually going into the tanks physically. And then, hopefully, when the jets go airborne and we come over the top of us, all the colours will be correct.
Blaze off!
Right.
With your ear pressed against the tank that's filling, it's quite distinctive noise. It's as if a water bottle is slowly filling up, and then when it gets to the top, you need the distinct change of tone. When you hear that tone and a chatter of one of the valves in there, that's when you call to stop. Otherwise, you'll get quite an overpressurization and the dye will come out of the back.
This will also be the first time the new circus engineers attempt their famous choreographed safety checks, known as the see-off.
At the end of the day, it's the first time doing it. If you make a mistake, out your head, just carry on.
It's not just about the aircrew and what they're doing with the displays, it's about the engineers as well and what we can bring to it and making sure it's a full package of perfection ultimately.
You do a normal see-off, but every time you move, everyone looks into Five's jet, and then I'll look out, make sure everyone's ready to go on to the next step, and I'll nod.
It's fine, but far from perfect. Many of their moves are not in sync.
The weaker points to it was timings more than anything, just slightly off with the timings. It's not too noticeable if you would have 2 or 3 people doing it. Obviously when you've got a line of 9 doing it, anyone slightly out with the timing, it's just so noticeable. How did everyone feel that went? Okay. For the first one? For the first one I thought it was very good.
The only thing I've messed up on was down the bottom. I just forgot about the stopping and checking the fluid. I thought it was all right.
Goal went wrong after the stick circle, so I went to goal straight away, and then realised nobody will move it.
You are like, I don't know what you're doing, like having a rave up there.
Now the dye team will discover if they've got their colours right.
Absolutely going to be blue, white and red. Or purple.
Beautiful day for the first full run through of 2018. Let's cut it with no side room. Go!
You've only gone and done it, boys. Happy with that. Red where it's supposed to be and blue where it's supposed to be.
Strong white.
And a very strong white, yeah.
Most of the display goes to plan. But now it's the manoeuvre that's been Lingy's biggest challenge. The slalom.
Reverse battle.
Can he cross perfectly in time?
Battle.
It's close, but still not perfect. And many of the team's other coordinated moves could still do with some work. But it's not bad at all for a team who've lost so many weeks of training.
That was good. First run through.
There were loads of things in that, but you know, that is the first time they've run through the full show since we've got back to flying. So a big, significant step up. And now, you know, 50 or 60 shows like that, and we'll be ready for the public, I think.
Certainly felt really nice, and perfect conditions, the smoke out the back, the colours were just phenomenal. So yeah, the boys are on good form. I think they're feeling pretty confident.
The Red Arrows 2018 display season is due to begin in just 4 weeks' time. They've deployed to Greece on Exercise Springhawk, their annual overseas training. The guaranteed good weather is needed to prepare for PDA, the Public Display Authority test, which all the Reds must pass to perform displays to the public. But in the next week, they must also test and recruit 2 new pilots for their 2019 team. The pace is relentless. Following the recent accident when engineer John Bayliss was tragically killed, the pressure is on for team leader Martin Pert.
I think objectively we're about 6 weeks to almost 2 months behind schedule. It's entirely possible that we won't be ready for PDA. If we don't make PDA whilst we're out on Springhawk in Greece, the likelihood is we would have to cancel some of the displays at the beginning of the season.
Despite replacement pilot Mike Ling joining only 3 weeks ago, they've managed to fly their first full practice display.
2, 1, hack. Minute 40, welcome gents. We're going to Fitties Bravo, so our first move of sight out over the sea there.
But today, they face the far greater challenge of practicing over the sea.
This way, obviously ramping down over this peak here. Main hazards really, we've obviously got birds here, that's definitely a hazard of this sort of flat ground just sort of rolling into the sea there. And then definition, probably a bit more. Up to now I've had the luxury of practicing over on airfield where we have this big long runway that just orientates me as soon as I look at it. The challenge when we go somewhere that is off an airfield is that I don't have those features anymore. Probably a bit more difficult to get definition here just because the channel is slightly wider. Okay, so could just be into the blue yonder. So we will check in please at minute 06. Have a good one.
Team safety supervisor Adam Collins has headed to the display site.
The conditions today are extremely challenging. It's quite hazy, the sea is extremely calm, so it's almost mirror-like, and the sky and the sea are almost the same colour. So certainly for synchro doing the dynamic diving manoeuvres, it's going to be a challenging day.
The synchro pair are the 2 pilots who execute dynamic head-to-head manoeuvres at just 100 feet. A glassy sea makes judging their position and height very difficult.
Today will be the first time really we've both had cross points where we've been coming down to 100 feet over the water and judging that 100 feet over the water.
It's Toby Keely's first year as a synchro pilot.
I've just about grasped the basic manoeuvres down to display heights, and now having to do that over a sea and the coastline definitely adds another huge element and step up.
So one of the things I'm keeping an eye on is how they are levelling out from their manoeuvres. If there is something that doesn't look like it normally would, that's when I can come on the radio with a call that would get them to double check the height they're at.
The first manoeuvres for the team go well. But now, the synchro pair split off to perform their ultra-low-level routine.
Normally what we're doing is we're using features on the ground to line up and make the pass happen right in front of you. When we fly over the sea, obviously those features are taken away. You can get this nasty, insidious reduction of height in the jet just purely because you're unable to judge those normal heights.
The jets should pass so close, it looks like they'll collide. But in these conditions, they're struggling to align.
Today there was virtually no wind whatsoever, so it was a very, very flat and glassy sea. So it was quite difficult to actually judge the horizon. That combined with it being quite hazy as well, so it all kind of blended into one.
But they do still manage some perfect crosses. Displaying over water also makes life tough for the other pilots, particularly in their most difficult move, rollbacks.
Red 2 flew his rollback, and as he was moving into the slot, the closure that he had towards me was greater than he'd been used to.
For safety, Red 2 executes the agreed escape plan, dropping under the formation. As Red 5 rolls back in, he can't see Red 2, so aborts, pulling clear of the formation.
Whilst it probably looked particularly ugly, the actual procedure of that error breaking down was entirely correct.
As ever, there's frustrating elements to everything, and procedurally I think there's a couple of bits in there that we didn't help ourselves with.
The team have just 3 weeks to perfect their performance before their scheduled public display test.
It was a bit of a worker. 6 major points.
If they're not ready, shows will have to be cancelled.
If you try and follow that coast, you're way off heading, so it does suck you in quite badly. So I was working pretty hard for that. It certainly would to file away under learning sorties.
Copied all. All right.
And they've got another ball to juggle, because 8 more top RAF fighter pilots have just arrived in Greece. Over the next 7 days, they'll undergo an intense selection.
Very excited to be here. This is the 3rd time that I've applied, but the 1st time that I've got on the shortlist, so if I'm not selected, I'll be absolutely gutted.
But only 2 of them can realise their dream of becoming Red Arrows. Eight crack RAF fighter pilots have arrived in Greece, hoping to be selected to join the Red Arrows. They've been shortlisted from 31 applicants. Over 7 intense days, their personalities will be continually assessed by the current team. They'll face flying tests and interviews. Only 2 will be selected.
Okay, I'm just going to put my hand in the back of the helmet. If you lean in for me, just lean it, lifting off the brow.
First, candidates have to get kitted out.
Oh, really? Violated all night.
These pilots don't have the correct equipment to fly the Red's Hawk jets because, back in the UK, they fly a very different aircraft. The state-of-the-art Typhoon fighter.
The big one, I think, for me is going to be the flying test. So Hawk handles very differently to Typhoon. In the way of things, so that's fine.
And some have tried unsuccessfully for selection before.
So this is the 2nd time I'm going out to the shortlist. In some ways that's going to help, and in some ways it's going to be harder in the fact that I know what the pressures are and how I'm going to feel at the end of the week.
I applied last year for the first time. I got shortlisted, and that was a bit of a baptism of fire. This year, yeah, I've got the experience from last year, but I think with that comes also a little bit more nerves almost, because you've been there, you've done it before, so you expect to be perhaps a little bit more polished.
Ready to go, right. Let's do that. Good morning.
Alongside the selection process, the Reds still have to prepare for their PDA test. So the candidates will fly backseat during every practice display. And at the end of each sortie, 1 will undergo their flying test.
It's the battle reference. We're looking to get the wingtip that you can see. You say there, wingtip.
Red 8, Matt Masters, will be their examiner.
Between there and there. On that position, and that helps with your depth as well. So don't use the wing for depth. They'll be in the back seat of my jet. We'll do a full display, and then once that's complete, myself and the team leader will separate, and we'll go off and begin the flying test. For the rear, you've got this magic red A. So we'll do 2 loops, and we'll do 2 rolls. The first thing I'm really looking for is we want them to be nice and accurately on those references. If you go too far this way, it becomes an A with a point. So it's station keeping, it's smoothness, but also we want to see a learning curve. So we want to see an improvement as the test progresses. See where my head height is? And that spot there. Let's think about. Cool, is that everyone done?
On this sortie, it'll be Andy Cornthwaite who faces his flying test. Corny currently flies the Hawk as an instructor. It's the first time he's made it onto the shortlist.
I got told that I was on the shortlist a month ago, so throughout the last 4 weeks I've been reading up about it so much, so to finally arrive here and get stuck in has just been mind-blowing. If I'm not selected, I'll be incredibly disappointed.
Always a daunting moment doing your flying test. Yeah. I think we all remember it really well, this moment, getting in knowing it's your test. But, yeah, I'm sure you'll have a good one.
During the display practice, Corny gets to see the standard of flying he's aspiring to.
Thank you very much, that was mint. Corkscrew and tornado, that's crazy. Right, Corny, all the best. Thank you very much.
The practice display over, 7 jets head home. Now it's Corny's turn to prove he's got what it takes to be a Red Arrow.
Right, Corny, I'll give you the controls, just shuffle forward onto your reference. Okay. Okay. You have control, flight control, tell me. 8, ready. Down, and loose. No problem. And pulling.
Corny must try to maintain this precise position just 6 feet from leader Purty.
Correct that, Corny. Don't go deep. Fuck's sake. Come on.
It's not perfect, but the loop goes well. Next, the far more difficult barrel roll.
Ready when you are. 8. 8 ready. Very well. 8. Up. Roll. Don't go wide, Paul. Don't go wide, come on. Easy, easy. Hold it, back, down. All right.
It was a pretty intense 45 minutes. Glad to get it done, but given a second go, I'd look to improve on certain bits for sure.
On the ground, I will ask them, how do you think it went? Just to see if they can identify how they can improve. I'll let them go off to the debriefing room, and that gives myself and Red One the opportunity to compare notes and make an overall assessment.
The flying test, if you make the slightest jerk or the slightest sort of mishandle, you instantly think, that's it, I'm never getting in the team. And you get no feedback, so you have absolutely no idea how you're doing.
Flying 3 9-aircraft displays every day also makes this a hectic time for Circus. The engineers trained to fly backseat to service the jets when they travel away from home.
It's always busy for us. We're always on the move. Quite a lot of hours, tireless work.
And today, they've got a 10th jet to prepare.
Okay, so we went through all the safety stuff again this morning.
Because one new circus member, Rose Buchanan, is about to take her first backseat flight, known as the shakedown. She's flying with team supervisor Cos.
We'll go down to the aircraft in a few minutes. I'll help strap you in, make sure you're happy with where all the straps go and everything, and we'll just get you used to flying in the aircraft. I'll do some flying to begin with, and then depending on how you're feeling, we'll do some aerobatics.
I've just had my pre-flight brief. It was going to leave Collins, so really excited. Very, very nervous, but really excited as well, so looking forward to getting up there.
All new circus members must have a shakedown to familiarise them with the extremes of flying in a fast jet. Rose's was delayed, following the recent tragic crash.
Good luck, enjoy.
See you later. Bye, Rose. First time I got in the Hawk with cars, I was very nervous. I do get quite nervous for new things.
Okay, do you want to jump up? So you go right foot first. Hang on to the handle when you can reach it. Left into the cubby hole.
But you think about what you're training and you think about what you've done, because at the end of the day it's something new. You're not going to get that many chances in life to do it, so you've just got to enjoy every minute that you get.
Helmet on when you're ready.
Once we lifted off the ground, it was kind of like this really surreal feeling that I'm actually flying a Red Arrow. This is a bit nuts. 22 years old and flying in the back of a Red Arrow in Greece. It's not really something you ever think you're ever going to do. Pulling the G is a bit weird, but I guess your body gets used to it, and it was really exciting.
Under Cos's close watch, Rose is allowed a go on the control stick in the back, flying the Hawk herself.
I got to have a little go, got to do a roll around, so that was pretty fun. Flying upside down is very strange, but it is really cool. Massive relief when I landed, so it was really fun and just really grateful that I got that chance.
You right?
Yeah, you?
You didn't scare me that much.
Absolutely amazing. Thanks, sir.
My pleasure. Finally did it.
It was really fun, it was great. Definitely worth the wait. If you could pay for that, I'd save up for the rest of my life.
It's the second day of shortlist week. Today the candidates face the dreaded formal interview.
It's just too much waiting.
The last time I had an interview was about 12 years ago when I joined the Royal Air Force, so perhaps a little bit out of interview practice.
I do get tongue-tied and I'm not particularly articulate.
His training for PDA over for the day, team leader Martin Pert sits on the interview board with Andrew Keith, the big boss of the Red Arrows, and Finn Monaghan, the commandant of the Central Flying School.
In the interview, I'm trying to uncover those little secrets that they've got. I'm trying to find out more about the individual, because I need to know that these people really are going to hold the course, because it really is a very, very challenging job.
Welcome, Will. Slightly first.
Indeed, sir. Indeed, yes.
Get over with. You can relax in probably about 20 minutes.
Right then, Will. Please will you tell me, in one sentence and one sentence only, why should you be selected to join the Red Arrows over the other candidates?
I have a very strong work ethic.
That was it? One sentence.
I was using a comma.
Just thinking through some key phrases that I want to get in there and just trying to minimise the sweat that's pouring out of my palms. I'm the man for the job, comma. I am determined, I'm tenacious, reliable, dynamic, presentable. I'm a solid choice.
As pilots in the Air Force, we do lots of briefings, we stand up in front of people all the time, we are put on the spot, but there's something very, very different about a formal interview and one for a job that you just want so badly. As jet pilots, we're used to being very good very quickly at something, and so being in the Red Arrows, I want to do it so much because it is difficult. That is the challenge.
So, Simo, what are your personal motivations for wanting to join the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows?
For me, it goes back a long time. When I was that 8-year-old boy, I used to go to air shows with my family, watch the Reds. I looked up and I thought, well, I'm going to give that a go. My dad wanted me to go into finance and that kind of stuff, and I always pushed back, and I'm now sitting in front of you today.
That first display, as you hear that, and pulling up, cool, must be absolutely incredible. And then being able to engage with the public would be a huge honour.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Colin. Thank you.
For the first interview I've done in probably 16 years, I didn't feel it was too bad.
Heck of a day. Really glad that it's over, and time to get a beer.
Next, the candidates go head-to-head with the Red Arrows.
Last man standing as far as I'm concerned.
And Red 6 is forced to make an emergency landing.
I did a low-speed handling check. I just saw a bit of a flash of some sort of brown, black bird. It just hit and made a bit of a thud on the canopy.
The candidates hoping to be Red Arrows pilots are halfway through their selection week. One by one, taking their flying tests.
Look forward to this.
Nervous.
A few have shown real talent, but many have struggled with close formation aerobatics.
A couple of slightly bigger mistakes in there, but yeah, I think you just got to pinch yourself. I'll just try it out for the Reds, really.
Flying formation in a Red Arrow, that's something that you've got to be looking forward to do. It's now just waiting and seeing if I do get to do that again in the future.
The current Red Arrows pilots are also under pressure.
We were on crowd for the Typhoon roll just prior to...
Their big test, the Public Display Authority, is due in just 2 weeks.
And that coming left in Tornado, just because I needed to get on with it, I called the coming left probably while you were sort of hanging back.
Behind schedule following the accident, they're training flat out to avoid having to delay PDA and cancel shows.
It's really intense because the temperature out in Greece at the moment is in the 30s. We're wearing these big heavy suits, and between the end of the debrief and the start of the next brief, we've got about 30 to 40 minutes to eat some lunch, drink, cool down.
The aggressive manoeuvres flown by the synchro pair are particularly draining.
Flying in synchro, there's a lot of intense high G manoeuvres, particularly when we're braking towards each other. We also do a sustained turn in our circus manoeuvre, and that's a sustained 6G turn. You've really got to work hard to combat the effects of G-force. So you've got to tense your lower muscles, your abdomen, your stomach. And my head is weighing 6 times what it does normally. And you've got to work really hard to move your neck and your body. On one of the practice sorties, my air conditioning failed in the aeroplane, and I actually got stuck on fully hot. I was sweating profusely, and it was actually coming down my forehead and actually dripping into my eyes as well. So I was wiping sweat from my face, and that, whilst trying to concentrate on flying the perfect show, was pretty challenging.
Anyone got a swimming pool for 7?
It's weak flow, but hot air though.
Yeah,
I'll get one of them extra. Do a full
Toby's jet is grounded until a part for the air conditioning arrives from Britain. Down to 9 serviceable jets, they can't afford to lose another. Then, in the middle of a display practice, Cy Taylor suffers a bird strike. He breaks off and lands back at base.
Don't put your hands on it, mate. Ooh,
Yeah, we had bird during the first half. You can probably see on the canopy there. It just hit. So as we were in the back of Phoenix, we were right underneath Two's jet, and I just saw a bit of a flash of some sort of brown black bird, and it just hit and made a bit of a thud on the canopy. And obviously there's a bit of a wall from the front and the back seat. I hit one last year just on the way into Newcastle, which glanced off the side of the engine intake. Obviously, if that then goes in the engine intake, then that's bad.
Luckily this time, Cy's jet is undamaged.
This thing is brutal, you know. It's built to last, the T1, so it tends to, you know, touch wood. It always comes out better of the collision.
Even when flying ends for the day, the selection process for the new pilots continues.
For me as the leader, I think it's crucially important that we try and get to know them, because we've got to work with them for, well, 11 months of the year. We are in each other's pockets, intensively flying, trusting each other and living on the road. So it's really important to get to know those guys.
On the fourth day of selection, the shortlisters face the ultimate personality test.
This week's my job is to come up with an entertainment programme in the evenings. The casting's a traditional part of the short this week, and even if people won't admit it, everyone's got a competitive streak in them, so you may see some fairly aggressive driving out there.
Everyone must compete in time trials to win a place in the final.
They do get quite competitive. That's going to happen when you get a load of fast jet pilots into some go-karts. So yeah, so I just kind of push on through after they've all had their little crash.
It's kind of why we do this. A, it's a lot of fun and get everyone together and get to know each other. But you know what it's like, someone that's just that little bit too competitive, it can just bring it out. And plus, if the boss gets run off the track by one of the shortlists, it's brilliant fun for all of us. So, yeah, fingers crossed.
It is all-out competition in the go-karting. I'd be disappointed if those guys weren't out to try and win. But there's clearly a few tactics and a few little ruses and ploys to make sure that maybe they aren't going to be right at the top of the tree.
With the heats over, it's not looking good for the Red Arrows.
Shortlist are currently top 3 and I'm number 4, so yeah, we might have to change our tactics a little bit.
Is it a good idea to be beating Red What?
I might just allow him to overtake right at the finish line in the final race.
And then these.
But somehow the Reds' fortunes are magically transformed.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
5 wins.
Thank you.
The Reds are in pole position now.
Yeah, it's funny that. Yeah. Whether it's a shortlist letting us win or we're actually best in the shortlist, we'll find out in a minute. It's just about to start the grand final.
Yeah, there was obviously a bit of hustling going on in the go-kart, and you don't want to start off showing your true talents early on, lull them into a full sense of security, and then come through winning at the very end.
Unfortunately, I was given the cart that stalled at any opportunity. Yeah, no doubt I would have won, but unfortunately in this instance my tools let me down.
Despite starting at the back, the shortlisters soon take the lead. Maybe foolhardily putting the boss, Purty, in last place. Fighting back, Purty spins off. Then, despite being a lap behind, he's given the checkered flag.
So as far as I'm concerned, I crossed the checkered flag first. I don't care how many laps I'd done. The guy raised the flag, I was the first to cross the line, so I'm claiming that as a win.
Just seconds later, the real winner, shortlisted JT, crosses the line.
Where have you been? Where have you been? What took you so long?
The win! The win!
Let's go and get the trophies. Yeah, I maintained to JT that I'd won, and I don't think he had the balls to actually front up on that.
All right then, so in third place is Lingy. And the runner-up in second place is Grob. And the winner of Springhill 2018 karting
It wasn't until he actually got on the podium that I think he realised he was actually a lap ahead of me.
is JT.
Well done.
Shortlist week is almost over. Will Cambridge is the last candidate to take his flying test.
The Red Arrows job is something a bit special, something different. So what the guys are doing, it's all by their own judgment and by their own hand-eye ability. That sort of pure flying really appeals to me. If I was asked to join the team, that would just be fantastic. I've wanted to join the Reds ever since I was a young kid.
As they're about to taxi, there's a problem.
Delaying start, receipts just dropped the pin. That's copy from here.
The delay is caused by go-kart champion JT.
The red seat is going to jump out, just like the motorist seat up to retrieve the pin.
Loose objects in cockpits are dangerous. There's a risk they may jam the controls.
My backseater, he dropped his pin from his ejection seat on the floor. Unfortunately, when you close the canopy, you need to make your seat live by taking the pin out and housing it. But he unfortunately dropped it. Yeah, so we're about 10 minutes behind getting airborne, but he will definitely receive a lot of banter from the boys later on. It might cost him later, but hey, it's one of those things.
The pin retrieved from under the seat, the sortie can finally begin. At the end of the practice display, 7 jets head home.
Good luck to the Duchess. Rest assured the flight test is no more painful than childbirth. Go!
Leaving Will to begin his test.
Okay, Will. There we go. So you have control. I have control. Real happy then. You like to call 8 ready? 8 ready. Down, release. Smoke on. Go. And release.
Almost immediately, Will drops far out of position. But he manages to recover. He completes the loop successfully, but now faces the far more difficult barrel roll.
Just for a roll. Easy. Up. And roll.
Will's jet drifts dangerously close to Purty.
Control.
I had to take control and make sure that that closure didn't result in a mid-air collision. The aircraft suffered from slight over-controlling, which resulted in a higher closure of our aircraft to the lead aircraft. I took control and we safely moved back out onto the correct reference, and then I handed control back to Will.
Okay, we'll just put that out of your mind. Okay. And we will just move forward. You have control. I have control.
Handle's quite different to the Typhoon, and it's tricky manoeuvres, but no, it's fine. Glad it's over and a nice weekend to enjoy now.
It does happen. For example, in my first shortlist, the control was taken away from me, and here I am now. I'm flying in the Red Arrows, and I'm in the third year of the team. So it isn't the end of the world, and the biggest thing is just to learn from it on the next flying test if you're lucky enough to be on another shortlist.
If they're ready in time, the crucial PDA is scheduled just days away. But before then, the Red Arrows have another important commitment to carry out: a royal fly past. At the very end of shortlist selection, there's one final tradition.
So this is a chance for us to see the display, because all week we've been back seating. This will be the first time we get to see the full display from where the crowd will see the display.
How are you guys feeling? Are you feeling tired now?
No, not really. I've got to stay out here for another few weeks.
Not tired at all then?
No, not at all.
I'm knackered. I'm knackered. I need to get to bed.
I don't think I've done any disasters this week. I mean, there was a slight issue with delaying the whole display when I dropped the seat pin. Yeah, these things happen.
It's going to be a very nervous wait. If I'm selected to get in the team, I'd struggle to describe what I'd feel. I'd be so excited.
Waiting for the phone to ring will be I'll be dreading it, and at the same time really looking forward to it, because you just want to find out after everything that's gone on for this week and leading up to it. It just means so much to you.
After the shortlisters head home, the Reds haul themselves up at their accommodation.
What I'd like this to be is as objective as possible.
In this secret discussion, they'll decide which two candidates they want to join the team. But the successful pilots will not be told for 3 weeks. The all-important public display test is due in only 1 week. If the Reds fail, the display season will be postponed. But today, they've been given special dispensation to make one public appearance: an official fly past.
We've got the honour of flying over Prince Charles this afternoon at a marina in Athens, which is great. It's also the first huge sort of event this year. It's been keeping me busy the last couple of days because I've been busy planning it. And also, there definitely is a lot of pressure on the team. And that's not just the pilots, but that's the ground crew as well, the engineers who service the dye team have got to re-dye the jets as well. So there's a lot of pressure on them to get it right.
But the weather forecast is not looking good.
The forecast for Tanagra, cumulus and the thunderstorms.
Good morning all. Obviously an important day, it's our first public outing, right, officially. It can be quite challenging weather out there as well. And as end, a great fly past for later on. Good. We'll brief at 25 pals please for the next one.
Between us and Athens, there's some huge thunderstorms. That's quite challenging actually, because we've got to stay below the cloud. If we go into these big cumulonimbus clouds, there's lots of icing and hazard, so we've got to stay below these clouds. That alongside our TOT, time on target, we've got 14, 15 and 20 seconds. So we've got to be bang on that time this afternoon over His Royal Highness Prince Charles.
30 miles away in Athens, Prince Charles has arrived for the flypast that will mark his royal tour of Greece. But back at the airbase, a thunderstorm has struck.
Lo and behold, the weather was absolutely shocking that day. We had huge thunderstorms all around the area, within about 10 kilometres of the airfield.
In Athens, the skies are still blue. The royal party are in position, and the scheduled time for the flypast is just minutes away. With just moments to spare, the Reds have got airborne, dodging storms en route.
When we got airborne and I looked southeast and I could see the confines of Athens and I could see it was clear, yeah, that was a really great feeling.
Nice one. Well done, everyone. Well done, number 7. Excellent.
We pulled out the bag. The skies over Athens were blue, wide open, and the white and blue smoke went down a storm. It was a great test of the whole team because in those 3 short weeks from not even having flown a full display, I'm very confident now we are at a standard where I think we can go for our public display authority. There's no doubting the talent of Lingy coming back into the Red 3 slot and his wealth of experience. But also I think the rest of the guys are just totally focused because they know what a challenge it is this year, of any year, to get to PDA status.
For a month, the Red Arrows have been on Exercise Springhawk in Greece, their annual overseas training. They're here to prepare for PDA, 2 intense days where they must prove they're good enough to display to the public. The test begins today. And with the display season due to start in little over a week, a pass is essential to avoid having to cancel shows.
Right, start up, taxi takeoff. We're going to do a formal start, okay? Very straightforward, but just make sure you're listening to what I'm saying. Just that canopy. PDA should be a mark of stability, of consistency, and being able to produce the show training sortie after training sortie that is highly proficient. They're obviously nervous. They're just worried that they're going to, put the smoke on at the wrong time, overshoot one of the rejoins. Good stuff. Use the amateur battle manoeuvring pre-show to really hone your timing, arrival, then we can enjoy the rest of the show.
Their examiner is Air Vice Marshal Warren James, the boss of all training in the RAF.
Part of the public display authority is to see, is the whole team, the entire organisation working right? Is this going to be good for public display? Are they fit and ready for it? And this is sort of that final reassurance to go, yes, not only have they done it now, it's consistent, and the consistency is key.
The Reds will fly 5 displays over 2 days. Their first test is over the sea, where the lack of ground references makes judging position and height extremely difficult.
There will be a bit of pre-match nerves going into this one, and of course this is the first one they're formally on display for the AAC. This is the big show.
PDA this year is a particular challenge. Weeks of training were lost following the accident when engineer John Bayliss was killed. And replacement pilot Mike Ling stepped in only 6 weeks ago.
This is PDA number 10 for me. Started 10 years ago when I was number 3, and if this goes according to plan, then the 10th one is number 3, which is full circle. So fingers crossed it goes all right.
But at the display site, the winds have suddenly picked up.
Very windy. It's only a breeze.
Come on, go!
There it is.
Typhoon Roll this year is the manoeuvre that we're actually finding probably the toughest, and I think that's the one that the guys are most nervous about getting right for PDA. The the guys who are down on the back are about 150 feet away from me. If they time that incorrectly, the time at which they get to full power, they can very quickly be left behind. And it just clicked. They got it absolutely perfectly.
Now the synchro pair peel off to perform their ultra-low level head-to-head passes. The jets should cross directly in front of the AOC. But they're way off centre.
That site is particularly difficult to judge the wind, and it was quite difficult to judge it accurately, to the point where we were almost just saying, right, let's just call it the fact that there's no wind and then see where it goes.
Strong wind is a particular issue for one of the synchro's most famous manoeuvres, the heart. If it's off centre, it's very obvious.
We had very, very windy conditions, so the pattern shifted further downwind, which kind of happened, I think, just because we didn't really compensate enough for the wind itself.
I think the boys will be disappointed with the synchro patterns. Yes. The heart is twisted slightly because of the ground tracks and so on, and then it's trying to claw it back if it has moved off a bit.
The first of their 5 sorties hasn't gone well.
I think they'll be kicking themselves over a couple of bits of positioning. It's almost giving you away if I tell you too much at the moment, since we've got another 4 to go to have a look at this.
PDA is not a one-shot wonder, it is a 2-day process. We learn from our errors and we apply those to the next sortie. So transit takeoff out to the west, flat show, don't overreact to the bumps.
In the next 2 sorties, the team are examined on the flat routines they'll fly under low cloud.
So 2 trips down, but keeping that consistency now though, and and everyone just staying in the right zone.
These go much better. But ultimate judgment will be based on tomorrow's sorties, when the entire team will be put to the test.
Plenty can go wrong. You just need to make sure that's obviously the time that we nail it more than ever.
It's the critical second day of PDA, the test the Red Arrows must pass to be allowed to display to the public. The entire team will be under the spotlight. Every aspect of their performance examined by the Air Vice Marshal, including the engineers of Circus, who perform choreographed safety checks.
We've worked hard for this. Let's just make sure we're absolutely bob on. Yeah, absolutely spot on with it today. Head snaps, hand movements, everything. Make sure we absolutely nail it. Yeah.
We're here now, it's PDA, this is what it's all about. Remember as well, your Circus, you were hand-picked for this role, for good reason, okay? This is the time now to shine.
Everyone happy?
Yeah, should be happy. Come on.
Cool.
Cheers, boss.
Yeah, big day. Obviously we worked all winter for this. Always have a slight element of anxiety, probably because I think you just want it to be as perfect as it possibly can be and that everything goes right.
Gents, conditions are lovely. It's going to be glorious down there. It is the last winter training sortie. All right, let's put an absolute belter out there, and we need to make this one really count. So it's not just for the AOC, it's for you guys to go out and be proud of the sortie. Have a belter, everyone. Good luck. We'll check in, please, at minute 4-4.
Come on, come on.
If the pilots pass today, they'll finally get to wear their famous red flying suits. Likewise, the ground crew will get their distinctive blue uniforms.
Start thinking about the AOC being out there and being assessed as a complete squadron. Plenty can go wrong. You just need to make sure that's obviously the time that we nail it more than ever.
It's the first time for me to earn that suit, so a little bit nervous, but we need to keep our performance levels up to the top of our game to be able to get the big tick.
First under scrutiny is the choreographed circus see-off. All 9 engineers must be in perfect sync.
Once you started up the engines, we need to indicate to the pilot that all his control surfaces are working, and then we'll do a little walk round to make sure that there's nothing leaking where it shouldn't be. We need to make sure that we're all choreographed on time, you know, to be a class. You know, that's what we are. We're the Red Arrows. It's very easy to spot when you've got 9 people and they're all supposed to be turning at the right time and in the right direction, and one person's gone slightly wrong, then it stands out.
Circus won't discover if they were good enough until the end of the day.
It's exciting now, so just wait to see what the AOC says. But, you know, we've done our bit, we've done all we can. It's in their hands now.
So commentary-wise, I'll run through some of the preamble with you once they're airborne.
The AOC joins new team supervisor Adam Collins. He'll be assessing the commentary COS plans to give during the season, as well as judging the aerobatic performance.
It's time to bring home the right anchor. Here.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the 2018 Royal Air Force Aerobatics team, the Red Arrows. Performing the commentary for the AOC was a little strange, to be honest. Giving a commentary that's designed for X thousand people to one person, it's quite strange in the way you do it. As the nose lights come back towards us, we're in our trademark diamond formation, ready for the diamond reversal. So far you've seen graceful manoeuvring with all 9 aircraft in formation, and we're about to have a change of tempo as we enter the second half. Symmetrical rolls inside 2 out, in the rollback. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been watching the Red Arrows. Go.
Alan, happy.
Great stuff, thanks, sir. See you back there shortly.
Oh, yes.
Well done, everyone.
Done. Yeah, we don't know whether we've done it or not, but certainly done all the 5 sorties, so just got to wait and see how the debrief goes now. It is a relief, yeah, huge relief actually. It's quite fatiguing keeping up for 5 sorties, trying to stay on your game, not that we ever slip off our game, but you know, just thinking about everything. Yeah, definitely taken out of me.
Hopefully it's to the AOC's liking and we get the big tick in the box and I can get out of this horribly green, sweaty suit right now.
You'll have those blue suits on before we know it. Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah.
The pilots head to the briefing room, while the Air Vice Marshal meets with the senior team members.
We were behind as we started. Snow and fog, obviously the crash. It's interesting, you still see progress, even over the last couple of days of watching, you're still seeing, I've no doubt there'll be more. But some of this was, were you going to be ready? They've worked hard. We'll go back in and tell them. Alice, please, grab a seat. Good. Please sit down. Well, as you know, the PDA is more than just your flying, it's everything, and particularly with the sort of work that we've had into this, and where we started, and the issues that we've had, everything from the appalling weather at Scampton, clearly the crash, into where we've come to today. You remember we said from the outset, if you're not ready, you're not ready. And if this is a training event, we go back and we finish it. So as of now, you're actually all incorrectly dressed, and congratulations on this year's Red Arrows display team.
We're going to get changed then. It's going to get changed. Toilet's not unlocked.
Oh, what a day! What a day! There's always the self-doubt of whether you're gonna be able to do it, but yeah, great day, great day. Yeah, really proud moment.
It's good to have you on the team.
Cheers.
But there's one pilot absent. Starkey, who was injured in the recent crash.
Obviously a little bit bittersweet that Starkey can't be here to enjoy this with me, you know, considering we went through the whole selection and the majority of winter training together. But I'm sure he's at home and rooting for us and see us during the season.
It's not really about what we're wearing, it's just about what we've achieved, not just today, just over the last 6 months. It's been a real slog, so, you know, seeing Bondi put it on for the first time and he's absolutely elated, and yeah, to here we are, you know, my 4th time, but it just feels like the first.
We need to get blue suits on and be prepared to receive them.
The good news is relayed to the ground crew.
I'm just waiting for the 2 lines now. Once the 2 lines are formed, we'll be good to go. Back in blue.
Try and get it straight.
Squadron, your display team for 2018, the Red Arrows.
Passing PDA and getting to put the blue suit on this year more than any, yeah, we face absolutely everything, if I'm honest, and obviously the most tragic of that being sort of the loss of John. My mind's never far from John. Doing the walk through the tunnel and receiving that round of applause, I always sort of picture him next to us, and for me, he's always with the team.
Squadron, check. Squadron, Air Officer Commanding 22 Group.
Rough up, please stand at ease. If you told me 6 weeks ago that we'd be here now and complete PDA and ready to go on tour and in front of the public, I probably wouldn't have believed you. I cannot be more impressed or more proud of this unit. I'm genuinely in awe. Congratulations. Thank you, sir.
Squadron, jet. Squadron, stand down. East.
Dismiss.
Come on, Blues, get some drink.
3, 2, 1, yeah?
Yeah, that.
I will. Oh. It's not going to be like that.
This one. Is it a oneer?
For everyone to come together and perform as well as they've done to make this PDA happen has been an incredible achievement. And yeah, absolutely proud of the whole team. It's truly remarkable.
Two days later, the team head home. Their first display of the season, less than a week away. The Red Arrow's first full display of 2018 is at RAF Valley. It's not open to the general public, but many of the spectators are friends and colleagues.
It is kind of in public. I know we're at an RAF base here, but for us it doesn't really matter. You know, we've got an audience which aren't watching us training, they're watching us here to display in red suits. So yeah, it's an important day.
It's also a cloudy day, very different to the blue skies of Greece they've been used to.
Actually, we were expecting it to be nice blue sunshine here, but it's not quite like that. We're just going to take the UK weather as it comes, really.
Valley is where all RAF fighter pilots are trained, including those who become Red Arrows.
All of us have spent some time here at Valley, so with it being the first show of the year and stuff, it's supposed to put a little bit of something special on it. We're going to meet a few of the crowd now and catch up with some familiar faces on the squadron, so yeah, it's good to be back.
Hello there. I looked at the red suit a couple of times on the transit over. You know, I have to pinch myself that it's become a bit of a reality, so now I just need to live up to it.
But the low clouds aren't shifting.
Pack 030, gents, welcome first to public display here at Valley. Let's just talk through the rolling arrival, okay, and we'll just talk through the flat options for the second half. Six, anything else on the rolling?
Yeah, thanks, boss. Just stay frosty because, I mean, with this cloud base coming in and out, I could potentially put you full or flat. We're used to nice, reasonable horizons, so if anyone needs colour or for their crowd rear rejoin for corkscrew, just ask for it and then double click them off. You can't underestimate how much a new site and a couple of days off actually affects you, so just have to work quite hard today. I think it's going to be a worker, more so than I think people realise. So if I get out and you see my head shaking, then that's not a good thing.
The Red Arrows are about to perform their first display of the 2018 season. But bad weather is causing concern.
Right, see you when we get back. If you don't mind just moving those clouds for us, it'd be great.
Now as the jets climb off.
It's also the first time Cos will perform his commentary in public.
And then we'll get ready to see the red, white and blue smoke for the first time in 2018.
Now we were hoping that today we'd get the full display in, and it has cleared a little bit, but looking out to the crowd front now, there's some nasty black clouds hanging around.
When we get airborne, a low bank of cloud travelled in and visibility was really quite poor. It was right down at our limit, actually.
The lights are on, the smoke's about to come on for lightning.
Go flat.
Unfortunately, that cloud is in just the wrong place for the looping manoeuvres. So at the moment, Red 1 keeping the display flat, but fingers crossed that cloud will move in time for the second half. Unfortunately, the weather not good enough for the heart, so they're about to come in for the vortex.
It was just the bizarre weather, really poor visibility. You hope that you get a nice, gentle introduction into the UK season, but Valley was certainly the first challenging conditions we'd seen after PDA.
This is the circus.
Strong winds are again causing problems for the synchro pair.
The main problem for myself and for the boss was lining ourselves up for the brakes. If I'm off centre for whatever reason, the error in that rolls into another couple of manoeuvres.
The smoke comes on, the jets are about to split, ready for revolution.
This manoeuvre is only flown under low cloud. It doesn't go well. Red 8, Matt Masters, strays ahead of Red 1. No one should ever fly in front of the team leader.
Oh, well, really disorientating. That was, yeah.
Oh, that was harder than it should have been. Just something in revolution. I'm not sure who that was I saw ahead of me. It was you. Yeah, it made me wonder what happened there. 2?
Just on that reveille, I wasn't sure what happened because I'd gone up, I put the air brake as I normally do with full power, and everyone was just racing away, so I was like, shit.
Yeah, a bit of a worker. All right, first one though, it's done. Whew. As soon as you get challenging weather with a bit of wind built in, which we didn't really experience in Greece, that's where we start to earn our keep.
And the pace during the display season is relentless. Their next show is only 2 days away.
We've actually got a really quick turnaround now before we need to get the jets ready. Thunderstorms lie all the way down the UK, down pretty much following our routes. So let's get out of here as soon as we sensibly can, get to Exeter to pre-position for the Torbay show.
In Torbay, the weather's much better for the first display open to the public. Over 150,000 people attend the air show.
Quite daunting commentating to that many people. Obviously, with it being a public show here, the pressure is on for the commentary side.
Cos's big moment has arrived.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's almost that time of day for one of the key acts. Doesn't get much better than this.
Thank you, George, and thank you, George. Well, thank you, George, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I'm about to get comms with Red One. I know 9 jets are airborne. I've got my fingers and toes crossed for a full show. Go ahead.
We are going full.
Let's hear it for the 2018 RAF Aerobatics team, the Red Arrows!
Luckily, the rest of the show goes to plan. The first full display of 2018 is a massive success.
And pulling up calls Red 6. This can only mean one thing, ladies and gentlemen, the heart.
That was great. Yeah, it was really good. That's the first time in front of a huge public audience on a summer's day. It gives us a real feeling of what we're up against this summer. So, really good. Pleased with that.
A month into their display season, the Reds must now face one of the most high-profile appearances in their history.
We've got this fly past over London for the RAF 100, so 100 aircraft over London, over Buckingham Palace. It's definitely the biggest fly past I've ever taken part in, and certainly the team, actually. So it is a very complicated plan. Our TOT, which means time over target, is 12:09 15 seconds over the Palace, plus or minus 5 seconds. We have to be within plus or minus 5 seconds of that TOT. We're right at the back of the full formation as it goes past, and if you're too close to the guys in front, you hit what's called their wake turbulent, so that could be really bumpy and throw us, and off course a little bit, so we don't want that. We want it to be nice and tidy, with straight smokes over the Palace.
3, 2, 1, hack. Welcome, gents. RAF 100 fly past, big day. Clearly we've got a really important job at the back here. It's going to be bumpy over the city, so just work on depths and length. I just want you to put in one fly past timing, which is Buckingham Palace at 12:09 and 15 seconds.
Because it's not a display, the engineers of Circus are flying back seat. Apart from Lissy, whose seat in Red 1 has been taken by the boss, Andrew Keith.
Should be a good day.
Circus Sergeant Will is flying with replacement pilot Lingy.
Looking forward to it, can't wait. It's an amazing experience for sure.
The RAF 100 is such a huge event for the entire Air Force. I try not to think about the fact that we are in such a public position and that any mistake would be shown to hundreds of thousands of people watching, because if I ruminated on that for too long, I probably would never get through my day job.
The Reds are last in a line of more than 100 aircraft.
On the nose now, just about on the horizon. Look over the airplanes. Oh, yeah.
But the jet wash of so many planes creates severe turbulence.
We're going to get thrown all over the place. We're right behind them. It's simply impossible.
We were just behind the typhoons, so it was pretty bumpy. But it's just a case of just trusting your inputs and gripping that stick as hard as you can.
You're right in there, jet wash. Let's be lower than this. I'll spit down. Come on. There we go, fellas. Good luck.
Literally within the last seconds, you can just make out the MAL. And to be honest, by the time I see it, it's too late to make any adjustment.
Pretty good from where we were. Straight down the MAL, we were on bang on time. Smoke looked great. Boys did his ass, so can't ask any more than that.
I had a sneak peek just before the smoke came on, just to see. I could just see scores of aeroplanes ahead, and then the Typhoons with a back to front 100, 001.
I just stared at the boss's wing. I didn't peek out like a naughty boy.
First year, first season, get the RF 100 year, like amazing, absolutely amazing. And you know, you're not going to see a fly past like that. I don't expect in a generation. Absolutely brilliant.
Back at Scampton, 2 new pilots have joined the squadron. David Simmons and Damon Green were the successful candidates chosen at this year's selection week.
Hello. Hello. Ah, Simo. How you doing?
How you doing, sir?
Great to see you.
And you? How are you doing?
Congratulations. Yeah, very well.
Absolutely delighted. Couldn't believe it, to be honest. Over the moon, boyhood dream, all of those things. It's just, you know, fantastic news.
I'm going to be red 2, so I'll be on the right-hand side, on the boss's wing, just sticking to that and just working really hard to stay on the references.
They'll spend the next few months flying back seat before they take over from those leaving the team.
Not right. Taking one of your replacements flying, it's just not right. I'll break his legs when we walk back in, it'll be fine.
This certainly is a huge achievement for myself. Me and my wife, we have a vision board that we put stuff up that we want to do, and for a couple of years now there's been a picture of the Reds flying down a runway with the smoke coming out the back, and I've been able to take that off that vision board now and put it down, because that is one of our vision boards come true.
But the current pilots still have a long season of displays ahead. And next is the biggest of all, the Royal International Air Tattoo. And RIAT is also a competition where the Reds will be up against some of the best pilots in the world. The Red Arrows have arrived at RIAT, the Royal International Air Tattoo.
RIAT is the biggest air show we fly at in the UK. It's the biggest air show in Europe. So yeah, I think we're definitely feeling that pressure. We've got international teams from around the world who are displaying there. And actually our own audience, our own British audience, they want to see what the comparison is between us and those other international teams. So we have to put on our best display.
And RIAT isn't only an air show, it's also a competition with awards for the best displays.
I came here in 2012 with the Tucano display, and that was amazing. But to do it with the Reds, it's going to be something special. Hopefully the blue skies will continue, as we've been very lucky throughout the last month to have those blue skies.
120 aircraft will be flying displays, with teams from 30 nations. But the Red Arrows are still stars of the show, and many of the 185,000 visitors are queuing to meet them.
There is a big queue out there. No, it's good. There's some real enthusiasm about the Red Arrows, which is great for us. You know, it's great to have some good followings and guys that know the ins and outs of what we do. You know, people know how long you've been in and the manoeuvres that you fly, and
they often know more about it than we do, which is slightly worrying.
Yeah. How we doing? You all right? First one of the day. What time did you get here?
Oh, I was in to get 6.
6 o'clock. Is that the time it opened? Oh, well done.
So, do you want that signed? Do you want us to sign it?
Yeah, sure.
It's great to see enthusiastic kids and adults in the crowd. Hey, how are you?
There's a couple of familiar faces. How are you? Yeah, that's me.
I never thought you'd make Red 1.
Did you not?
No, I didn't.
You're clearly quite big fans of him.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Big as I can.
There you go. Good to see you guys.
Cheers. Thank you.
Enjoy your day.
Love them.
Nothing comes better than the Red Arrows. They're perfection all the time.
Actually, it was great seeing Lingy back. That's brilliant. I love that.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. Nice. We get high five.
High five.
Awesome. Enjoy your day, all right?
Yeah.
Keep an eye out for us later on.
As well as displaying at Riyadh, the Reds are taking part in a mass flypast over the showground. It's a recreation of the London flypast, and this time Circus 1 Lissy will get to take part.
I did miss out on the big flight past over London, so I'm very, very lucky that I've managed to nab a seat in the back with my pilot, with Red 1. And my mum's here as well, so she gets to see me strap in and gets to see me fly as well, so I'm really, really chuffed.
But worryingly, a storm is brewing.
If the thunderstorm hits whilst the flypast is due, then the flypast won't go ahead, because it can be actually quite damaging flying through a thunderstorm like that.
Red, cannon. Red.
As we were waiting at the hold point, the heavens literally opened and people running for umbrellas or getting in their little tents, but I could just about make out in the mirrors as well in the back cockpit. My poor mum stood there getting absolutely soaked. I did joke to Perty that, at least we're dry in here.
7, let's take the further word. We are on a board, have a word. Okay, no, okay.
It's just a real unfortunate thing that the weather scuppered our plans. But Mum's still proud that she got to see me actually strap in and taxi out, so that was something for her anyway. I didn't get my flight pass, unfortunately, so I'm gutted, obviously. It's a bit of a shame, but you know, I've had plenty of other really good flights. I did feel bad because we were nice and dry in the cockpit, but you could just see out here everyone's a bit wet. I'll get an umbrella next time.
It always starts to rain when they shut the lids. It never rains on them, it always rains on us. So I am actually very sodden right now. Just on the front, so I've got a nice medium going on in the middle, so it's all right.
The following morning, the skies have cleared.
Spitfires, Hurricanes, Lancaster.
Perfect weather for the Red Arrow's landmark display of the season.
Three, 2, 1, hack. Clearly there was a few disappointed people here without the 100 flypast that we were going to do yesterday afternoon. We are the first jet display team on today, so we're going to absolutely smash it for them.
We know that we've got probably our largest airshow audience of the year watching, and we're really conscious that we're being watched by these other international teams because we do it as well. You know full well that they're going to be doing it exactly the same when it's our turn to take the stage.
Their performance will also be assessed by the competition judges.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please put your hands together for the Red Arrows! Red 1 about to bend the formation round to the left. Keep those cameras rolling. It's Tornado.
To those on the ground watching, they wouldn't have known what we've been through to get to the stage where we're doing full displays with 9 aircraft. So to get to such a professional display, which was, I think, more polished than many years have gone past in the Red Arrows, is just testament to the guys' dedication.
There's always the added buzz of performing at RIA, and I think we saved the best till last. We put on one of our best shows of the season so far in front of so many people, which was really good to do.
It's time for one extra manoeuvre to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Royal Air Force.
Every leader of the Red Arrows likes to bring in something that's got their signature to their display, and I've had the unique opportunity to bring in something that celebrates the RAF centenary.
Okay.
To be able to write the 100 in the sky, it's a lovely flourish to end our display, but also put my mark on my first Red Arrows year.
It was an exceptional performance. But many of the best teams from Britain and across the world are competing. It's not until the final awards ceremony that the Red Arrows will discover how they compared.
For the best flying demonstration by a UK participant. And the winners...
For thrilling the crowds each day and to conclude with a unique and spectacular finish, it's the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows.
With what happened during our winter training period and the accident with Lingy stepping in to fill the Red 3 slot, and the team all pulled together, and I think that made getting the sword at RIA even more special.
It really was a good indication of how far the team has come this year, and it's great for the whole team, but I'm equally as proud of myself to have helped in getting that sword and getting to where we've come over the last few months.
I felt particularly proud of the guys and the girls, the entire team, the Reds and the Blues. It was just the perfect way to seal what's been actually quite a tough year. We've done something incredible.